Chapter 278. The sun shone brightly. A group of knights arrived at their destination at the south city gate of Dragon Cloud City. When the thin man stepped into this famous Northland city again and looked at the bustling crowd at the city gate, his heart was filled with endless emotions. Even after going through that disaster, Dragon Cloud City still appeared dignified, grand, boorish, and shocking. Even the quarrels of the passers-by had a sonorous tone to them. Those days, but he still forcibly suppressed the surging thoughts in his heart and retracted his gaze from the towering statue of Raikuru. He still had things to do. The thin man lowered his head and pulled the reins to urge his horse forward. The thin man calmly said to the dozen knights behind him, "Get ready, we have a long slope to climb." The knights seemed to be used to his indifferent tone. They did not say a word and just followed quietly. This was a low-key group. There were no flags, decorations, or emblems to show their identity. There were only luggage and miscellaneous items on the horses, as well as the hurried expressions on everyone's faces. It was obviously the first time a few of them came to Dragon Cloud City. They looked around in surprise. "This is Dragon Cloud City?" a young attendant asked, puzzled. "Didn't they say that it was almost destroyed by the calamity? Why is it so complete?" What destroyed Dragon Cloud City was a rumor, not a calamity, the thin man replied in a relaxed manner. "Wash your brain, Mark." A few minutes later, a Northland noble with a military aura came up to welcome them with a few cavaliers. After a brief meeting, he led them away from the queue to enter the city. They walked past the empty space in front of the city gate and began to ascend the slope. "I'm flattered that the chief garrison officer personally came to welcome us," the thin man greeted them faintly. "Viscount Lysden. Unfortunately, the Archduchess is in the Hall of Heroes. Today is the day of her council hearing. Regent Leespan is also inside." The Northland noble, named Lysden, appeared to be very capable and courageous. With a few gestures from him, the patrol team began to operate in an orderly manner. He nodded slightly at the thin man on his horse. Lord Putre Nemain, who came all the way from Constellation Kingdom. Constellation's Lord Putre nodded in response. Viscount Lysden, Count Lispan's trusted old subordinate, who remained as Dragon Cloud City's garrison officer after the Archduchess succeeded to the throne, looked at the group of travel-worn Constellations and nodded slightly. "But I believe that all of you must want to meet the prince first." Constellation's attendants looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and curiosity. That prince, the legendary second prince. Exactly. On the bustling Northland Street, Putre's thin face revealed a smile. "Please bring us directly to the Blood Court." Lysden raised an eyebrow. "Blood Courtyard, of course. The Blood Court, the most remote and dilapidated corner of Heroic Spirit Palace, houses a special guest." Lysden sighed softly. "Please follow me." The Viscount frowned and waved his hand. A messenger immediately understood and set off. 10 seconds later, a patrol team in front of them immediately changed direction and headed in the direction of Heroic Spirit Palace. "You are a sensible man. I admire you, unlike your former receptionist." Putre nodded approvingly and took out his pipe. Viscount Lysden snorted and rode beside Putre. "Former receptionist?" Lysden's lips curled up. "I heard about him secretly obstructing the diplomat group from contacting the prince. After that, he was found to be in close contact with a count from Black Sand region. That's why I took up the post myself this year." Lysden coughed with an unpleasant expression. After he was hanged, ahem, replaced. Putre took a puff of his cigarette and watched the smoke ring change on his horse. He said with a sigh, "Thank you for understanding our anxiety." "It's my pleasure." Lysden nodded slightly as if he was deep in thought. "This is Dragon Cloud City, after all, not Black Sand City." Putre narrowed his eyes and said, "King Chapman still sends a special envoy to offer his condolences." Speaking of the common-elected king, disgust and disdain appeared on Viscount Lysden's face. 3 times a year, and never late. If it's possible, he probably even wants to bribe the messenger crows flying above Dragon Cloud City to monitor our every move. Lysden glanced at Heroic Spirit Palace, which was located at the side of the mountains. especially the whereabouts of those two. Poutre exhaled a smoke ring. But I heard that your king has been in big trouble recently. Isn't that so? Lysden snorted softly, as if he was very happy. Chapman Lampart's troubles have never stopped since he was crowned. Hearing that name, the faces of the Constellatiate attendants tensed up. They immediately pricked up their ears and paid attention to the new king who had not ruled for long in Extet. Half a month ago, led by the 4 archdukes in the north and west, they launched a boycott against the king's persecution of the nobles in the region. In the name of the joint ruling pledge, they call for tax resistance in solidarity with the old nobles of Black Sand region who were stripped of their titles. They also called for others to join them and oppose the king's atrocities. Viscount Lysden's lips curled up. Of course, he could boldly and confidently save a sum of money, and he could also see the king in a terrible predicament. Why not? I suspect that Dragon Cloud City will soon receive an invitation to sign their joint condemnation letter. Lysden exhaled softly. You know, the reputation of the Kinslayer is already bad enough. Chapman, the Kinslayer. Poutre whistled. It's really harsh to call your own king that. I heard that it was Rockney, the long hair from the city of faraway prayers, who first called him that. The garrison officer laughed happily. It's the worst nickname for a king in Extet's history. You know, even Jacob I, who married his own aunt and became his queen, was only called the Degenerate. Poutre chuckled and did not comment. Bad reputation, but it doesn't mean that his methods are bad. I heard that Constellation isn't stable either. I heard that the plague in the southwest, which was finally quelled, is showing signs of relapse. Viscount Lysden naturally changed the topic. And King Kessel has already sent 3 waves of regular soldiers to Blade Edge Hill. Poutre narrowed his eyes slightly. The old wounds are too deep. It won't be easy to heal them. Just like you. Lysden and Poutre looked at each other. The dragon and Constellation duo nodded with their own thoughts in mind. The group of people walked past the lively Dragonwing Square, the messy Bow District, Axe District, and Spear District where the upper-class people stayed, all the way to the upper part of Dragon Cloud City. Finally, the first gatehouse, which separated Axe District and Heroic Spirit Palace, appeared before the group of people. Poutre looked at the towering gatehouse and sighed again. Viscount Lysden negotiated with the patrols guarding the gatehouse for a few minutes with a serious expression on his face before the Constellatiates were allowed to enter the gatehouse. Immediately, many patrolling soldiers walked forward with hostile expressions and searched them from their bodies to their luggage. This made many Constellatiates feel indignant. Calm down. This is a necessary procedure. Oh, the gift for the Archduchess is in that box. Please put it carefully. Poutre habitually raised his hands and waited for the body search. He comforted the unhappy Constellatiates and asked them to endure the Northlanders' murderous aura and brutality. Then, he said to Lysden, who was waiting by the side, "Looks like your security measures have been improved a lot." Lysden's expression tensed. "We added 3 more passwords and built many more sentry posts in front. Even if it's an emergency warrant issued by the Archduchess herself, there are corresponding safety measures. We even tried to recruit psionics, which are rarely seen in the Northlander army. It was said that it was the prince's suggestion." Lysden's tone became very stiff, as if he was suppressing something. The gatehouse is always a strong wall that separates danger. The story of being tricked into opening the gatehouse by a reputable high-ranking officer and a traitor among the soldiers will not repeat itself. Poutre sighed in response. Finally, after a complicated search, the group of Constellatiates passed through the gatehouse and arrived at the empty space in front of Heroic Spirit Palace. Poutre looked at the 8 big furnaces that were both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time in front of the palace gate, with complicated emotions. He remembered the scene of that small figure walking through the palace gate alone and could not help but let out a long sigh. Groups of palace guards on patrol looked at them in an unfriendly manner. They got off their horses and allowed the guards to lead their mounts away. "The blood court is this way. Please follow me." Viscount Lysden led them away from the grand palace gate of Heroic Spirit Palace and into a remote, winding corridor. The road under their feet became narrower and even overgrown with weeds. However, the number of guards on the road gradually increased. How was he doing? Putre looked at the guards coming and going. His emotions were complicated. The Constellation's attention was attracted by this question. Lysden furrowed his brows. How is he doing? This question. Everyone has a different evaluation of him. The garrison officer chose his words carefully. But if you ask me, that prince is very quiet. The Constellation's nodded at each other. This was in line with their judgment of the prince's youth and maturity. Only Putre was shocked. What do you mean? That guy. Putre recalled the image of that young adult who spoke with fervor and assurance and made people speechless from time to time. Quiet? He found it unbelievable. Most of the time, he sits quietly and reads by himself. Sometimes he talks to himself or even recites in a low voice. It can be said that he forgets to eat and sleep. And every time, his position is different, from the corner of the courtyard to the cliff of the sky, worrying his guards. Every month, he goes out of the palace to Spear District to play chess. He likes to stay in his private room and play chess with himself. He sits there for a few hours until his attendants remind him that the Archduke's personal guards need to eat. He does not care much about the disputes in Dragoncloud City. Whether it is palace banquets or hunts, he declines all of them, even if the noble's eyes are on him. Instead, he is very familiar with the servants in the palace. I heard that he likes to smile and even greets messenger crows when he sees them. There are many teachers who have taught him and the Archduchess. Half of them did not last for 2 months, saying that they could not agree with the prince's style. Count Leespan is very troubled. Putre shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I'm here to solve this problem. Viscount Lysden's expression was strange, but his relationship with the Archduchess is very good. The two of them often stay in the library from morning to afternoon. This has made him many enemies among the nobles in Dragoncloud City. When he said this, Lysden lowered his voice and said, Count Leespan is very dissatisfied with him because of this. That's not all. It has also attracted a lot of dissatisfaction and protest from the Archduchess. Lysden said quietly. Putre knew what was going on and nodded slightly. After passing through countless porches and layers of guards, they finally arrived in front of a dilapidated and old 3-story building that almost didn't have a hall. There were still many palace guards standing there, scanning them with vigilant and fierce gazes. It's like being in a prison. There are prison guards everywhere. A Constellation attendant whispered to his companion. A man who was obviously the leader of the palace guards walked out. He was tall and had a sharp gaze. At his waist was a long sword. Viscount Lysden greeted the captain of the guards. Lord Justin. The Viscount nodded politely. He extended his hand to the Constellations behind him and introduced, This is the former deputy commander of the White Blade Guards, Lord Justin, who once defended the palace under Black Sand Region's attack, nodded with a calm expression. His gaze circled the guest. Putre, I recognize him. Putre smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you. However, Lord Justin obviously did not like to talk too much. He remained expressionless and cut straight to the point. I know why you're here. He is in the backyard. Follow me. Putre smiled slightly, thanking him for his understanding. I will wait for you here. Lysden put his hands behind his back and stood on the spot. He pursed his lips and nodded. The Archduchess hearing will take a while. With anticipation, the Constellation attendants looked at each other and followed Putre through the first floor of the building to the backyard. Even under the sun, the backyard, which was shrouded by a canopy of trees, still looked gloomy and dilapidated, as if no one had lived there for a long time. The tiles were uneven, and the ground was covered in broken tree roots. The pale tree trunks and the cracked walls of the courtyard were almost one. The walls were desolate, and shadows were everywhere. There was an ominous atmosphere in the air, making people feel gloomy at first sight. More than 10 Constellation soldiers stood in the dilapidated courtyard, guarding the entrance and exit. A young Constellation man in his 20s saw them from afar. His eyes immediately brightened, and he hurried over to welcome them. Oh, what a surprise! The young man was tall and straight. His face was ordinary, but he had a pair of sharp eyes. His Highness said, "I thought you would only arrive a week later." The young man came before Portray. The constellation attendants could not help but notice that there was a long sword without a sheath at his waist. It was single-edged. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Portray exhaled a smoke ring without hesitation and raised his eyebrows. Attendant Wuxia Casso, hearing this surname, the guest from Constellation cast a strange look at Wuxia. "So that's the cunning foxes," but the prince's attendant did not seem to like this kind of gaze. He turned to the side and revealed the scene behind him. The guests were immediately attracted by the strange man leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. He had light, short hair and a silver mask that covered the area from his throat to his nose. Only the upper half of his tattooed face was exposed. He sized up the guests with a cold and vigilant gaze, as if they were intruders. It made them feel uncomfortable. He's probably not very friendly, many people thought. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, a muffled sound was heard. The guests from Constellation immediately shifted their gazes to the source of the sound. The two people who were practicing swordsmanship in the field. The one who caught their attention was the 7 or 8-year-old boy. He held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. He was drenched in sweat, but his expression was firm as he gritted his teeth. He withstood the guard's attacks again and again. "Raise your arms. Pay attention to the rise and fall on my shoulders. Predict the next attack and defend in time." The guard who was training with him was not tall to begin with. He deliberately lowered his posture to take care of the boy's movements and height. The wooden sword knocked on the boy's joints from time to time, forcing the boy to retreat. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, another muffled sound was heard. The boy fell to the ground in a sorry state. He bit his lower lip, wiped the sweat off his forehead, rubbed his aching knees, and looked at the guard in dissatisfaction. "Do you have to do this? Stand up." The guard shook his head. His tone was stern and uncompromising. "Raise your sword." Wuxia frowned and looked at the 7 or 8-year-old boy. He seemed to be reluctant, but in the end he did not say anything. Beside him, Portray narrowed his eyes and stared fixedly at the training in the field. The people of Constellation craned their necks and looked at the little boy on the ground who was gritting his teeth and enduring the pain with a tough expression. That was Constellation's only prince? The one who was a hostage in the enemy country and used his life to maintain the peace between the two countries. But the guests looked at the boy who was struck down by a sword, and their hearts dimmed. The little prince looked at his hands and legs and sighed heavily. He got up listlessly. "But this is too much. If you still want to inherit your father's position and take over his heavy responsibilities, isn't this necessary?" The guard's stern words came from behind the helmet. It was frightening to hear. The people around them shook their heads. A sharp blade may be able to tear flesh, but if it's held in a pair of unstable hands, you won't even be able to cut through the most fragile reed. The prince, who was still a weak boy, could only take a deep breath and hold back his emotions. He focused his attention again and raised his sword and shield. Many of the onlookers could not bear to watch. Many of them cast a strange glance at the newcomer, Portray. The sparring began again. You know the main points of this sword style. Although the guard who looked like an instructor was strict, he still dutifully taught the boy and guided his movements. Your footsteps must be steady, but not too tight. Control your center of gravity. This is especially important when you switch between offense and defense. However, asterisk bang. Asterisk the third time, the strong but weak boy fell to the ground violently. The wooden sword fell to the ground. He could not fight back at all. Behind Portray, the attendants of Constellation looked at each other in disappointment and retracted their gazes from the boy. Obviously, the prince was not talented in martial arts, to the point that he did not know anything about it. It made their feelings of anticipation a little complicated. If this is Constellation's future, enough. Wuxia, who was watching from the side, could not stand it anymore. The prince's attendant crossed his arms and said to the boy's instructor in dissatisfaction, "He's only 8 years old." Ralph, who was leaning against the wall, whistled softly and made a gesture that no one else could understand. The little prince on the ground took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and punched the ground fiercely. However, he still looked at his instructor, unwilling to admit defeat. 8 years old. The guard snorted coldly. He lowered his head and looked at the boy. When I was his age, the enemies I faced were far less merciful. They even gave you a second, no, a 12th chance to stand up. The little prince's face turned pale as he stood up. You do not need me to tell you how special your identity is. The guard's words were merciless, and it made the boy with the special identity feel a little embarrassed and ashamed. But the boy still refused to admit defeat. But I'm smarter than all of them. This is not a matter of whether you are smart or not. The guard's voice became sterner. Every single one of your opponents is much older than you, much stronger, and much more experienced. Without a strong will and a strong body, how are you going to climb to the highest position in the future? How are you going to control the entire? At this moment, Your Highness, an extremely loud shout rang through the entire area, even attracting the attention of the palace guards in the distance. The entire area fell silent. Portray took a step forward and patted Wai's shoulder, gesturing for him to step back. The visitors from Constellation looked at the leader of their trip, hoping that he could bring some changes to the seemingly weak prince. After all, he is the future of Constellation. It was only then that the 7 or 8-year-old boy noticed Putray's arrival. He scratched his head in embarrassment. When the onlookers saw this, they all had strange expressions on their faces. The thin lord stared at the scene with a sharp gaze. A second later, he sighed softly. Your Highness, stop fooling around. Portray put away his stern expression. With a profound gaze, he said helplessly, be more mature. You should grow up. The boy blinked and looked around anxiously, as if he was a little afraid. A few seconds later, the guard in front of the prince moved slightly and threw down the wooden sword in his hand. He stood up straight and turned his head. The guard pulled his shoulders, and as his joints cracked, he took off the protective gear and gloves on his arms. Ah, you are still the same. Your sense of humor is lacking. A muffled voice came from behind the helmet. It was as unpleasant as a drake's voice. The people around them, whether it was Ralph or Wuxia, all looked at the guard in resignation. Portray rubbed his forehead. He felt as if his head was about to explode. The new attendants from Constellation looked at each other in surprise. For a moment, they could not react. The stern guard took off his helmet, revealing a delicate and pretty face of 13 or 14 years old. The teenager shook his sweaty face under the helmet. He walked forward and tossed the helmet to Ralph beside him. He smiled heartily at Portray, who was half a head taller than him. Under everyone's gazes, the real second prince of Constellation, Thales Jadestar, who looked like a teenager, punched Portray's shoulder in a straightforward manner, just like a normal Northland man. It's been a while, Portray. Portray, who was knocked back a step, shook his head in resignation. To think that they said you were very quiet. He really is a quiet prince. Thales laughed heartily and patted Portray's shoulder. He flashed a refreshing and relaxed smile at the people behind him, making them feel that he was very close to them. My friend from my hometown, welcome to Northland. The prince happily thumped his chest and said loudly with a muffled sound in his chest, welcome to Northland. Under the stupefied gazes of the attendants, Portray gritted his teeth as if he had a headache. He gestured with his lips. What's up with that boy? Thales then patted his head and turned around. Joseph, I met an old friend. The prince changed from his stern demeanor just now. He squatted down and said gently to the boy, let's call it a day. You can go back now. Your father is probably anxious from waiting. Don't be nervous. My teacher told me that to learn this sword style, you must first learn how to take a beating. The boy exhaled as if he had been pardoned. He rolled his eyes and took off his protective gear. I thought it was over for today. Thales laughed heartily. The teenage prince turned his head and raised his eyebrows at Portray, whose face was almost as black as charcoal. This is Joseph, the head chef's son. His dream is to take over his father's position, become the head chef of Heroic Spirit Palace, and be in charge of the entire scullery. His identity allowed him to participate in the chef's apprenticeship at the age of 8. But, you know, the competition in Heroic Spirit Palace's scullery is fierce, and he's the worst at cutting meat, so he needs special training when it comes to using a knife. All right. Portray sighed helplessly and flicked away the remaining smoke from his pipe. I'm glad to see that you have become more cheerful in the past 6 years. Your Highness. He was no longer the damned child with a stern face in the past. Thale's expression froze for a second. He stood up and stopped smiling. As the prince's expression changed, the atmosphere among the guards and attendants also turned cold. No, he said faintly, it's not 6 years. Poutre responded with a puzzled look. I remember it very clearly. The prince raised his head and said with a slightly sentimental tone, Today is the 14th of June, year 679. Thales looked at the sun in the sky and sighed with a complicated gaze. It's 6 years and 167 days. I'm already almost 14 years old. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. Thales. Boo-hoo. You finally grown up. I thought. Boo-hoo. Hurry up, everyone. Those who tipped, those who voted, those who left messages, Swordless, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Otherwise, what if he woke up in the next chapter and realized that he was still 7 years old? Chapter 279. Don't worry. The Archduchess hearing will last until sunset. You can still make it if you go in the afternoon. I'll send someone to inform Viscount Lysden. In the bedroom on the second floor, Thales glanced at the noon sun. He picked up a wet towel from the basin and wiped his face while he spoke to Poutre, who was sitting behind him. Poutre watched the second prince's back, which was much wider and taller than 6 years ago. He touched the wrinkles on his face in silence and watched the flame in his pipe slowly extinguish. It's hard to imagine that this is the thin and weak boy who could not even ride a horse 6 years ago. The boy who gritted his teeth and barged into Heroic Spirit Palace. Thales pressed the towel on his face and exhaled deeply. Trust me, she is never in a good mood after every hearing. It's the same for Regent Leespan. If I were you, I wouldn't go looking for trouble so early. Poutre refilled his pipe and snorted softly. I'm guessing that Archduchess Walton is still not on the list of Northlanders' recognition, right? Thales raised his eyebrows. Recognition? He recalled what he had seen and heard in the past 6 years and could not help but shrug. Just persuading the direct vassals of Dragon Cloud City to salute the new Archduchess at King Nuven's funeral almost exhausted all of Lisbon's prestige as the Prime Minister of more than 20 years. And this was with 5 archdukes, including the king, endorsing her. Thales recalled the extremely strange funeral. King Nuven, whose eyelids were covered with gold coins, lay quietly in the middle of the Hall of Heroes with his sword in his arms. The stitches on his neck were completely covered by his collar. The vassals slowly walked forward with shock and depression. They looked at the new young suzerain in disbelief, then looked at the livid Leespan in anger and puzzlement, as if the latter had betrayed them. The prince snorted softly and threw the towel into the wash basin. He walked into a single cubicle and unbuttoned his inner shirt while he sighed. As the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, you can imagine what kind of situation she has been in for the past 6 years. Outside the cubicle, Poutre stood up and nodded thoughtfully. The former vice diplomat of Constellation walked to the window and glanced at the guards who could be seen everywhere in the backyard. In comparison, as a hostage prince in the enemy's heartland, at least they value you. If you are referring to the densely packed palace guards and the Archduchess guards from the corridor to the top of the hall, and from the balcony to the courtyard. Thales took off his inner shirt, and his fingers inadvertently touched the round burn scar on his chest. He could not help but recall a past memory. He sighed as he picked up a new undershirt and put it on. Let me put it this way. After Nuven was assassinated 6 years ago, that dead-faced Nicholas became more and more neurotic. He wanted nothing more than to turn Heroic Spirit Palace into a prison where no one can enter or a military camp where they patrol day and night. Thales put on his clothes and said helplessly, no matter where I go, they will probably turn that place upside down 3 days in advance. Poutre glanced at the guards on duty in the corridor and nodded slightly. I'm glad to hear that the Star Killer is so responsible. When you see his face, you won't think so. The people before you have suffered a lot from him. In the cubicle, Thales put on his smock and grabbed the complicated leather belt hanging on the wall. The dagger on the belt made him frown slightly again. It was Viscount Kinney's diplomat group. That time, Nicholas almost cut the horse into pieces and sewed it up before returning it to me. Thales skillfully wrapped the belt around his waist and fastened the 4 buttons. Then he sat down and put on his boots. Poutre turned around from the window and puffed out his smoke ring without any scruples. The prince's desk was piled full of books. Some of them were half opened, some had bookmarks in them, and there were also quite a number of notes. 3 sheathed swords were neatly placed on the sword rack by the side. 2 shields were stacked next to the sword rack. Poutre curled up the corners of his mouth. His gaze shifted to Thales's bed. The bedding and pillows on it were as clean as new. Probably because he changed them often, Poutre thought, but his gaze shifted to the corner of the wall not far from the bed. A normal person might not have noticed it, but the sharp Poutre noticed that this corner of the wall was brighter than the wall beside it. It was just enough for a person to lie in the corner. Poutre narrowed his eyes. A few seconds later, he sighed quietly. "Your Highness." For some reason, Poutre calmed down. His tone was serious. "How have you been over the past few years?" The voice in the cubicle paused for a fraction of a second. It was as if the person in the cubicle was thinking about the answer. "Huh." The prince's exhalation was heard. He sounded indifferent. A regular work and rest schedule, the magnificent scenery of Northland, a personal bodyguard, no need to worry about life-threatening dangers, no need to face old and cunning enemies. The only things I need to worry about are a little girl and her female officials, plus a dead face and an old regent. In the cubicle, Thales fastened his boots. His breathing slowed down, and his expression was still. "Why not? Why not?" Poutre did not speak. But a few seconds later, the fully dressed Thales pushed open the cubicle door and walked into the bedroom. He raised his head and looked at Poutre in front of the desk. He said sincerely, "I'm still very happy to see you, Poutre. You don't see old friends every day in Dragon Cloud City, especially those who have gone through hardships together." Thales added in his heart. He picked up a half-sword from the sword rack, tested its weight, and put it into his belt. "I want to say the same to you, Your Highness." Poutre flashed a smile. "But you know, I'm not used to sentimental conversations." Thales snorted when he heard this. "So, where have you been for the past 6 years?" The young prince stood in front of the dressing mirror and casually tugged at his collar. "At that time, I thought you would stay in Dragon Cloud City with me as Gilbert's designated instructor." Poutre bit his pipe and snorted softly with a crooked mouth. "Speaking of instructors, I heard that you brought a lot of trouble to the instructors in Dragon Cloud City," he said faintly, as if he did not hear Thales' question. Thales blinked and did not continue to ask about his whereabouts for the past 6 years. "First of all, I'm not very used to the way many people teach me, and I'm a straightforward person." He shook his hair and felt that it was about time. "Secondly, I don't think that's the kind of education an archduke should have." Thales' voice subconsciously became softer. Poutre spat out his pipe. "What?" The young prince shook his head and cleared his mind of the past few lectures. "Nothing. Just take it that I don't like the look of them." Poutre looked at him and chuckled. "Regarding your education, the country is also very troubled," the thin lord said faintly. "So, I specially invited a teacher for you this time." "You invited a teacher?" Thales furrowed his brows slightly. "I thought you wanted to teach me personally." "I will only teach you to be a gloomy prince full of schemes." Poutre laughed. "At most, I will teach you to sing a few colorful bardic poems. Gilbert will probably kill me." Thales followed him and laughed dryly. Then, his face darkened. "You should know that King Chapman does not allow constellatiates to come and teach me." Thales sighed slightly. "He refuses to let any constellatiate interfere with the Prince of Constellation's education." The prince remembered the scene where he received the education of Northland nobles with that girl. The Extensions taught him the common language with a Northland accent and even the language of orcs. They also taught him the history and traditions of Northland, the importance of the 38th century ground, and the dangers of Broken Dragon Fortress. But they did not teach him the language of the ancient empire, the history of the empire, the past of Constellation, or even the language of elves and the rhetoric of the nobles. Gilbert taught him everything in Mindy's Hall. Thales shook his head in resignation. Fortunately, It was quite convenient to practice the Northland military sword style with the swift and fierce Northland warriors. Please do not worry. That scholar comes from Anlinzo Dukedom's Dragon Kiss Academy. He is highly respected and has a reputation far and wide. Poutre seemed to have predicted what he was going to say. He blew out another smoke ring nonchalantly. He will arrive a few days later and will teach you and the Archduchess at the same time. Regent Li Span will only be pleasantly surprised by his arrival. Thales paused for a moment. There was puzzlement in his eyes. Dragon Kiss Academy? Highly respected? Poutre extended his pipe and nonchalantly smashed it on the windowsill under the prince's furrowed brows, which could kill a mosquito. When he was young, he was once my tutor and Gilbert's tutor, Poutre said sentimentally. Gilbert and I spent a lot of effort to convince him. Poutre and Gilbert's tutor? Thales remembered the former foreign affairs minister, whom he had not seen for many years. His curiosity grew. Who is he? You will know, Poutre said calmly. Before that, please forgive me for keeping some surprises for you. Surprises? Thales raised his eyebrows in a direction he could not see. So, Poutre, the second prince narrowed his eyes. You came here this time to solve the problem of my education. Poutre snorted softly with a playful expression. He changed the topic slightly. Yes. Otherwise, in 6 years, the heir to Constellation will almost become a Northlander. Thales rolled his eyes in resignation. But in the next moment, a strange light suddenly shone in Poutre's eyes. Prince Thales. Poutre tapped his pipe with a profound expression. Have you been homesick for the past 6 years? Thales was stunned. Home. Abandoned house, sunset pub, Jayla. When he thought of home, these were the first words that popped into his mind. Perhaps there's also Gilbert, Gines, and Yodel. Thales crossed his arms and sighed. I don't know. He forced a smile. I haven't been in Constellation for a long time. My impression of it is very shallow. Poutre stared at him quietly. He did not say a word. Thales, who was originally a little sad, became a little puzzled by Poutre's stare. Very good. Poutre's gaze was profound as he stared into Thales' eyes. Then it's time to strengthen it. Thales was stunned. A few seconds later, the prince, who understood something, sighed. The Secret Intelligence Department? Thales lowered his head and asked softly. Poutre whistled softly. What else could it be? The prince's expression froze. After a while, Thales snorted with the ghost of a smile. His face was downcast. I really don't know if I should be happy or sad. Thales took a deep breath and stood up abruptly. He grabbed a book on the desk. Let's go. Poutre was shocked. Huh? Where are we going? Ah, didn't I tell you? The prince turned his head and revealed his white teeth. I'm used to going out of the palace to play chess once a month. Chapter 280. In Heroic Spirit Palace, after parting ways with Poutre, who had a strange expression on his face, Thales walked out of the narrow and desolate blood court with a book under his arm, following his habit of the past 3 years. Accompanied by his entourage, he walked straight to the stable. Wyatt followed behind him with a helpless expression. Ralph seemed to be used to this scene. He just quietly followed the prince's footsteps. Behind them were a small number of Constellation soldiers. Most of them were recruited from Broken Dragon Fortress in the past, and they had gone through many difficulties together with the prince. This included the veteran Genid and the new recruit Willow, who was no longer a recruit. Further away, the personal guards of the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City and the palace guards passed messages back and forth as if they were facing a great enemy. From time to time, groups of soldiers would set off to clear the way. Lord Justin, who was in the lead, had a dark and tense expression, but he still meticulously carried out his duty to protect the safety of this special guest. After all, this was the Archduchess order. For the sake of safety, I sincerely suggest that you postpone leaving the palace for a few days, at least until the Archduchess State Affairs hearing is over. Wyatt seemed to be unable to stand the second prince's leisurely pace. By then, the White Blade Guards, the Archduchess Guards will have enough manpower to protect you when you go out, instead of focusing most of their energy on the Hall of Heroes like now. Wyatt's attendant glanced at the Northland soldiers around him. There were at least half of the number of people the prince usually had when he went out. Many of Dragon Cloud's city's vassals visited before and after the state affairs hearing. Most of the Archduchess guards in Dragon Cloud City, whether it was the remaining former White Blade guards or the elite soldiers newly trained by the Starkiller over the past few years, have been transferred to the Archduchess side. Thales pulled out the brown-covered book from under his armpit and flicked the words "The Light of Mankind," the beginning and end of the Temple of Knights on the cover. Nonchalantly, he whistled the tune Ralph had taught him. Wyacasso had only returned to the kingdom twice in the 6 years he served the prince in Extet. Each time he returned, he appeared to have matured a lot. However, he was as serious and overworked as ever. He had never relaxed his tense body. This won't do, especially when facing an opponent like that. Thales maintained his smile and said silently in his heart. The prince said in a relaxed manner, "Safety issues, such as assassins, are not a problem. Northlanders are not idiots. Even children who have been burned before are afraid of fire, much less a country where a king has died." Lord Justin, who was a former White Blade guard and was walking by the side, snorted loudly without bothering to hide it. He mumbled something under his breath, and to Thales, who had good hearing, it seemed to be, "How dare a constellatiate say that?" Thales pretended not to hear her and shrugged. Besides, being placed under house arrest in an enemy country city is already very tragic. Don't deprive me of what little fun I have left. Tragic? I can see that you're enjoying your current prison life. Wyatt rolled his eyes. Since he was familiar with the prince, it was rare for him to retort sarcastically. Besides, there's never been a prisoner who has such a good relationship with the warden that she can promise you the freedom to choose your relief time every month, right? Don't make it sound so simple. Going out of the palace to play chess. Thales laughed. He waved at Wyatt without turning his head. That is a pitiful right I fought for from the master of Dragon Cloud City and Count Leespan after enduring humiliation. Endure humiliation and suffering hardships? Wyatt's face immediately turned as dark as Lord Justin's. Are you referring to the countless times you dragged the Archduchess to skip classes and caused a ruckus in Heroic Spirit Palace? Do you really have to do it today? Wyatt's innate personality made him resist the urge to continue mocking him. The attendant said with a straight face, "If it really doesn't work, then stay in the palace to play chess. You're playing against yourself anyway." Under the watchful eyes and ears of King Chapman, in the treacherous atmosphere in Dragon Cloud City, and in front of the prince's identity, which Extet noble would dare to sit across from the sole heir of Constellation and play chess, unless they were deliberately looking for trouble or had ulterior motives? The point is not to play chess, but to relieve Wyatt. Thales did not stop walking. The book in his hand slowly tapped against his left palm. I don't expect people like you, who can freely enter and leave Dragon Cloud City, to understand the feelings of a prisoner. Wyatt shook his head in resignation and was about to speak again. All right. Wyatt, be a good person and say less. Thales waved his index finger behind him and casually ended the conversation. Learn from Madeira next to you. He never talks too much. Wyatt frowned. His suspicious gaze moved back and forth between Madeira Ralph, the Phantom Wind follower. Sure enough, the mute Ralph did not say a word. He expressionlessly gave Wyatt the middle finger in a provocative manner. I can't deny this. Wyatt sighed in pain. He lowered his head and rubbed his forehead. He really doesn't talk much. Thales whistled. At this moment, a young and exaggerated female voice rose above their heads. Oh, young Thales, are you going out of the palace again? A few of the Archduchess guards who had just arrived raised their crossbows nervously, but the others were calm and unruffled, as if they were used to it. Wyatt and Ralph rolled their eyes almost at the same time. With a thud, a short figure wrapped tightly in a cloak jumped down from a tree on the side. With one hand on her waist, she caught up with Thales and gave him a thumbs up with the other. Don't worry. With me around, his safety will not be a problem. Why do you always like to lie on the branches, Lady Ida? Wyatt questioned the cloaked lady, who was supposed to be the prince's first protector. The sun is so bright. Of course, I have to find shade. Wyatt raised his head suspiciously. He could not figure out what shade and branches had in common. I'm sorry, Ida. I'm just going to Spear District to play chess. Thales sighed and replied impatiently. I'm not going to the suburbs to hunt for rabbit meat. Huh? Ida rested her head on her hands and walked backward in front of him. The cloak that covered half of her face could not hide the disappointment in her voice. Can't you just take 2 more steps? 2 more steps from Spear District to the suburbs. Are you talking about the Great Dragon's 2 steps? Ida said pitifully. The food in Heroic Spirit Palace is always cold when it's served. Don't you think? Boy, think about it. It's hot rabbit meat. The cold food in Heroic Spirit Palace is for the sake of your safety. Check the food. Speaking of safety, Ida clenched her fist and sighed bitterly. As your personal protector, I fought bloody battles all those years ago. I was covered in cuts and bruises all over my body before I rescued all of you from the hands of the enemy. In the end, I saved all of Dragon Cloud City. Now, I just want to eat some hot meat, but you can't even make such a small request. Are you talking about a certain young lady who rushed to Heroic Spirit Palace with a greasy mouth 6 years ago, only to find that everything was over? So, she happily asked me for money to pay up so that she could prove that she was not a chicken thief? The prince replied indifferently. In the next second, Thales turned and skillfully tilted his head to the side. He dodged the angry elf lady just in time, and also dodged the poking finger that came from her tiptoes. Hey, you actually dodged it again. The 3rd time. The cloaked lady stood rooted to the ground in a daze. She raised her right index finger and said with a trembling voice, Why are you so familiar with this? Thales exhaled, shook his head, and continued to walk forward, leaving behind the sad and helpless Ida. Where did the adorable little Thales who could never avoid my finger of death go? And the countless soldiers and guards who ignored her and continued to walk forward. Over the past 6 years, everyone had long since gotten used to this protector's peculiarity. Over the past 6 years, everyone had long since gotten used to the protector's peculiarity. Wire responded with a sympathetic look, and Ralph simply whistled a low, trembling whistle to set off her mood at that moment. Thales felt the unique fluctuation that gathered at the bottom of his feet and the side of his neck slowly disappear. He frowned as he sensed the faint fatigue in his tendons. Just now, it was this familiar fluctuation that helped him avoid Aida's finger. With a solemn expression, Thales recalled the words of the man with the black longsword on a certain bloody night a long time ago. This is a cursed power. You can only increase it through special methods. As expected, it's been 6 years the effect and price of this thing. Thales clenched his fists and felt the soreness and numbness in his legs and neck. There's no progress at all. Thales walked into the stable at the side of Heroic Spirit Palace and kicked his boots on a stool to hide his intention of relaxing his tendons. The prince came to the familiar stable, surrounded by 2 people. A strong black horse poked its head out of the fence and affectionately stuck its nose out at him. Did you treat her well? Thales smiled and scratched the black horse's chin. He looked at her teeth and said to the coachman beside him, You know, Jenny likes cleanliness. The full-time coachman of Heroic Spirit Palace patted his chest proudly and promised the prince that his steed had never been so healthy before. The black horse was Prince Jenny's exclusive steed. She was brought to Dragon Cloud City by Constellation's diplomat group 3 years ago. She was a good girl who was carefully selected from thousands of steeds. As a mixed blood of a Northland warhorse and a Plains horse, she inherited her mother's violent temper and her father's strong legs. She was ruthless towards many riders who tried to subdue her. Surprisingly, Thales, who had never been talented in riding, got along well with Jenny. Even Viscount Kenny, who led the diplomat group at that time, clicked his tongue in amazement. Thales chuckled and stuffed the book in his hand into the saddlebag. He untied Jenny's reins. At the same time, Wuxia and the other soldiers began to look for their own steeds. At this moment, Good day, respected Prince Thales. A melancholic and calm female voice came from outside the stable. As a 56-year-old elder, I have to remind you to pay attention to your safety during this trip. The soldiers and guards made way for the newcomer and bowed to the newcomer. The Constellations, on the other hand, frowned. Thales closed his mouth, which was left open because of his smile. He turned his back to the new lady and sighed. "Good day, Madame Gings." He did not even turn his head. Still, he prepared to depart. "I thought you should be by the Archduchess' side right now, helping her to show her grace to the vassals and nobles in a proper and elegant manner." Gings was one of the Archduchess' personal female officials. She was a noblewoman in her 50s, but looked like she was in her 30s. Her clothes were simple, her hair accessories were simple, and her manners were well-mannered. She always had a stern face that was even more serious than wise, but her language and etiquette were impeccable. Rumor had it that she was the widow of a powerful vassal under the late King Neuven. 6 years ago, she was invited by Regent Leespan to Heroic Spirit Palace to take care of the Archduchess' daily life and teach her the appropriate etiquette. She should have been an excellent and competent female official like Gines Bajkovic in Renaissance Palace, if she had not requested that the Prince of Constellation, who used to read leisurely, also attend Northland etiquette lessons. Incidentally, she was also one of the reasons why Thales skipped class with the Archduchess for the first time. Madame Gings still spoke in a voice that made people unconsciously nervous. "Also, I brought a message from a few other lords. I suggest that you listen carefully, even if you are from the south." Hearing this, Thales helplessly stopped what he was doing. He turned around and bowed to her. Madame Gings nodded in satisfaction. She raised her neck, which was at an angle comparable to a swan's neck, and cleared her throat. "The Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City asked me to remind you that during the time she is in charge of politics," the lady said arrogantly, "the new books that arrived in the palace." "All right, Madame Gings." Thales scratched his ear, feeling a headache coming on. "Please tell the Archduchess that I will wait until she returns before opening the gifts." Madame Gings narrowed her eyes. Although her expression did not change, Thales knew that she was displeased with the prince's interruption. But a few minutes later, the lady spoke again. "Count Leespan also asked me to remind you that when he accompanies the Archduchess in charge of the regent, for your safety and Dragon Cloud City's reputation, please obey the king's edict." The female official lowered her posture a little this time, but she still looked straight into Thales' eyes. "All right, Madame Gings." Thales stroked Jenny's horse's head to soothe her restlessness, which was displeased with her master's delay in releasing her. "Please help me thank Count Leespan, who is busy with the regent, but still finds time to care about me. Tell him that I will not run out of Axe District and Spear District." Gings frowned slightly. "Lastly, Captain Sori Nicholas asked me to remind you that because the day of the State Affairs hearing is especially special, you must cooperate with Lord Justin and his personal guards when you go out." The lady's voice softened, but it still made people nervous. "Also, because of your bad record of only returning after 8 o'clock 2 months ago, this time, once you return after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he is prepared to recall all his personal guards and lock the gatehouse. At the same time, he suggests that you settle your own food and lodging." Thales frowned, took a deep breath, and exhaled long and loud. In his mind, he automatically filtered out Madame Ging's embellishment and reconstructed the Star Killer's original words as he crossed his arms in annoyance and said with a pale, dead face, "Tell him not to come back after 5 o'clock. He might as well just die outside." The prince pushed the fence open, stepped onto the stool, and mounted the horse. "All right, Madame Gings." The prince faced the stern female official and muttered to himself for a few seconds. "Once again, I have to trouble you to tell that dead. Tell Lord Nicholas." Gings, the female official, raised her eyebrows. 5 o'clock. Thales sighed and said seriously and sternly, "Why doesn't he just die?" The next moment, Thales flung the reins without hesitation. Jenny neighed loudly and spurred the horse forward. The prince rushed past the stunned female official without turning his head. The attendants and soldiers beside him followed one after another, including the helpless Waya, the calm Ralph, and the sulking Ida. He flung the reins in his hand and spurred the horse out of the square in front of Heroic Spirit Palace, heading towards the first gatehouse. The journey from Heroic Spirit Palace to Spear District did not take much time, especially with the cooperation of the Archduchess guards and the patrols. The streets and roads could be said to be unobstructed. When he teased Wuxia just now, there was one thing he did not lie about. This was a hard-earned opportunity for Thales to play chess in Spear District, which was not far from Heroic Spirit Palace. Thales controlled the rise and fall of his body as he jolted on the horse. He watched Jenny's ears and her cheerful steps from behind and curled up the corners of his lips. In the past 6 years, at least his horsemanship had improved by leaps and bounds. Eksted's culture might be slightly inferior to Constellation's, which had a unique heritage, but when it came to military skills, even the crudest and lowest Northland nobles were far ahead of their counterparts in Constellation. Thales still remembered that during his outdoor lesson with the Archduchess, this was a polite name, when Nicholas, who was in charge of the lesson, discovered that Thales, who was allergic to horses, was not good at horsemanship, and the Archduchess refused to get on a horse because of her fear. The expressionless Star Killer asked for thick ropes and tied them firmly onto the horses. Then he lit the horses' tails. Once a day, for 2 hours. The effect was immediate. 10 days later, both he and the girl became experts in horsemanship amidst vomiting and dizziness. At least, they were experts. Once this was done, Nicholas untied the ropes and began to leisurely correct their riding postures and techniques, introducing them to the horses' harnesses. Then, they would pick up weapons, and then they would hunt on horseback. Later, a former White Blade guard told Thales in private, multiply the duration and frequency by 2, then turn the torches used to light the horses' tails into beehives. This is the standard horsemanship training for the White Blade guards. When the prince thought of this, he could not help but sigh. In the next second, Thales tugged the reins in his hands. He exerted a little force, and at the same time, he sat back deeply. He gently slid his legs back into a relaxed position. The intelligent Jenny immediately began to slow down. Thales, who had confirmed this, let go of the reins at the right time to encourage her. He comforted the beautiful girl who was extremely excited, unable to suppress her passion, and longed for an outlet. She let out a dissatisfied snort. Jenny's hooves stomped heavily on the ground. A few seconds later, she stopped in front of their destination. Wuxia and Lord Justin's mounts stopped as well. Thales caressed and praised the smug Jenny. She had recently developed a bad habit of attracting her master's attention by acting coquettishly in a dissatisfied manner. At the same time, he lamented that horses were no less difficult to handle than humans. He thought of the hundreds of cavaliers in Black Sand region. God knew how much time and energy it took to train a cavalier who was skilled in galloping. Thales stepped down from the stirrup and passed the reins to Jennyd behind him. He raised his head and looked at his destination. It was a chess room in Spear District. It was said that this place was originally a well-decorated hotel for nobles, until the owner, who ran it on his own, was killed by bandits during the catastrophe that engulfed Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago. One of his fellow countrymen from Camus Union invested in this place and converted it into an entertainment room for nobles according to its original decoration. It was said that business was quite good. Of course, the term pretty good business was no longer relevant to this place today. Since 3 years ago, when the Prince of Constellation chose this place as his destination for his monthly excursions, this chess room had no choice but to clear the place once a month to await the prince's fate. However, this was obviously not a bad thing, because after that, its business did not decline. Instead, it increased. Everyone fought to see the place where the mysterious prince, who had lived in the palace for a long time, fought. Thales stepped into the chess room amid the owner's flattering voice. Hundreds of the Archduchess guards and patrol teams had already searched the place thoroughly and isolated the neighboring areas. The prince looked at the empty hall and sighed. He slowly walked up the stairs and arrived at the private room on the 2nd floor. The guards, ranging from Justin to Wuxia and Ralph, followed closely behind him. Under the owner's guidance, Thales stepped through a door with practiced movements and arrived at the largest private room. It was a semi-outdoor private room with a large area. One side of the balcony faced the street of Spear District downstairs. The prince's chess seat was at the edge of the balcony. From there, he could have a panoramic view of the street. Through the balcony, Thales was not surprised to see countless personal guards and patrols guarding the streets and the key points of the nearby buildings. There were at least 200 of them. Their bows were loaded, and they patrolled at regular intervals to guard against possible uninvited guests. Almost everyone had their eyes fixed on Thales, who was on the balcony. With this kind of formation and atmosphere, coupled with martial law, even if the number of people was reduced by half, the tragedy from 6 years ago would not happen again. Once bitten by a snake, the prince shrugged, sat down on his seat, and put down his book. He shifted his gaze to the chessboard and chess pieces in front of him. Starting from the Alumbia Kingdom, the rise and fall of the empire, which had been popular in the Western continent for almost 100 years, but was still as popular as ever, the seat opposite him was empty. All right, Thales looked at the Red King standing up on the chessboard. He looked at the black and red chess pieces in the chess box that were both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. He said to Wuxia and Justin, who were still tirelessly inspecting the surroundings, "You can go out now. After all, it's not closed, and there's a balcony. It's the same for you to stand guard outside the door or on the street. Just like before, I want to be alone." Behind Wuxia, Ralph nodded slightly. After he put down a plate of food and water that had been checked, he grabbed the owner, who was about to say a few words of flattery, and went to the first floor. Ida had long disappeared. She was probably on the roof. Prince Thales, Lord Justin, the former White Blade Guard, said cautiously, "As usual, 3 hours. If you need anything," the prince exhaled, "I'll let you know as soon as possible." Lord Justin nodded and exchanged glances with Wuxia. Both of them walked to the door 10 meters behind Thales and guarded the entrance. At the same time, they stared fixedly at the prince, who was reading and playing chess at the same time. "It's like this every time." Thales shook his head and chuckled softly. He continued to take out chess pieces from the chess box and began to place them on the chessboard one by one. The private room and the street returned to silence. Only the footsteps of the soldiers could be heard from time to time, and Wuxia's faint grumbling toward Ralph could be heard from behind him. Guards, catapults, shield warriors, pawns. Just when Thales placed the second last chess piece on the board and was about to take the last chess piece, a voice suddenly rang out. 2 slender, fair fingers with beautiful nails suddenly appeared. The fingers descended from the sky and grabbed the Black King. They gently placed it on Thales' chessboard formation, arranged it properly, straightened it, and even aligned it with the chessboard. They turned the front of the chess piece perpendicular to the red square. They were meticulous and meticulous. "Thank you." Thales raised his eyebrows. He raised his head and nodded lightly at the uninvited guest who suddenly appeared. Chapter 281. It had been 6 years. He did not know when it started, but the prince did not hate his current life too much. He was far away from disputes and schemes, death and bloodshed. Classes, training, reading, playing chess, being a passerby, being on guard duty. Wuxia, Ralph, Ida, Lispan, Nicholas, Justin, Gings, and that girl. But Thales knew that there was a small voice in his heart reminding him. After Putre's arrival, this voice became clearer. For him, who was born with many hardships, this would not last long. Fate would not show kindness for no reason. Accidents always came suddenly. For example, the prince sighed and flipped open the light of mankind, the beginning and end of the Temple of Knights he brought. He took out a familiar-looking sky-blue invitation card. Thales looked at the beautiful cursive handwriting on it. There were only 3 words. "Are you ready?" The prince shook his head and raised his head again to look at Asda, who had suddenly appeared opposite him. Strangely, such an obvious living person appeared in the private room, right in front of the prince, but everyone who could see him, be it Wuxia, Ralph, Justin, or even the countless soldiers on the streets and on the opposite building, did not seem to see him. Their gazes swept over the mystic's position from time to time, but they did not react. It was as if this person did not exist. This made Thales uneasy. He could only adjust his breathing and control his heartbeat. "This is not the first time. Calm down." He comforted himself. "Don't worry, they won't be able to hear my voice, and they won't be able to see my existence. Air is a very interesting thing. With a little adjustment, miracles will happen. The air mystic did not even raise his head as he stroked the chess piece in his hand. After all, there is only one black sword in the world. Asda was still as handsome as ever. His dark brown curly hair was still pleasing to the eye, and his robe was as clean as new. It was as if he had suddenly traveled from 6 years ago to 6 years later, ignoring the passage of time in between. Yes, Thales furrowed his brows slightly. Deep impression. You've grown up. Asda raised his eyes and said calmly. There was a faint blue light behind his eyes. You seem to be very relaxed. You don't have any self-awareness of being a hostage of a country. Thales did not look at the man's expression. He grabbed a pawn and moved it forward. Am I supposed to cry every day and hope that a calamity who can overturn the world will come and save me? Asda did not mind his sarcasm. He only focused his gaze on Asda. However, on the mystic's chessboard, a pawn moved forward by 1 square. I hope that you still remember your identity, and I mean your true identity, the air mystic said softly. Don't get too involved, and don't be too high profile, lest you find it hard to extricate yourself. Thales whistled and shook his head. You were the one who almost destroyed Dragon Cloud City in order to take me away, right? Thales took another step forward. Asda did not speak, and his expression did not change. Thales took a deep breath and asked tentatively, as a person who disappeared for 6 years and did not bring anything with him except for the invitation from 5 years ago, I don't seem to have the right to say that, do I? Really, I almost thought that he had been sealed. Until the invitation 5 years ago, there was only one sentence on it. Prepare the classroom, wait patiently. Until Thales looked at the blue invitation card that had suddenly appeared the day before yesterday and sighed again. There's a reason for my disappearance. Asda's gaze returned to the chessboard. The second pawn moved forward in a strange manner. Giza's appearance is not a small matter. It's not just the queen of the sky. In the past 6 years, many existences have visited Dragon Cloud City, both openly and secretly. Among them are enemies that you and I should be wary of. I'm not confident that I will not be discovered. Enemies? Thales seized the word. So I need to keep a low profile and wait until the most dangerous time is over. The mystic glanced around, and during the days I was away, you did a good job and found a good place. Thales exhaled and moved the pawn to take one of Asda's chess pieces, turning the pawn into a swordsman. For this occasion, an excuse that will not arouse suspicion, I schemed and prepared for a full 3 years. Yes, over the past 5 years, Thales had tried countless ways to have a safe, private conversation with Asda. He could talk to himself in Heroic Spirit Palace, read in a quiet place, or hide in the library. But no matter what he did, it was too dangerous or inconvenient, whether it was because he would attract unnecessary attention or because there were guards everywhere in Heroic Spirit Palace. He needed a special occasion, a place where he could stay away from the crowd without arousing suspicion. For example, right now, who would have thought that the Prince of Constellation, who was playing chess with himself, was actually talking to a calamity under the watchful eyes of the public? This is the sorrow of worldly restraints. Asda moved the third pawn again, as if he did not care about Thales' swordsman at all. I will still say the same thing. Think about it. Come with me? Then you won't have to worry so much about preparing the classroom. Asda raised his head and looked at Thales with a profound gaze. The prince rubbed his fingers, grabbed a shield warrior, and moved diagonally to the side in an attempt to block the opponent's 3 pawns. I thought we made it clear enough, Thales said with a sigh. What you need is a king to do something you could not do in the past. But you're in a difficult situation. Asda moved the knight from behind the 3 pawns without hesitation. At the same time, he held back the charging swordsman and the shield warrior who was ready to intercept him. To be honest, even if your performance is amazing, I am still not optimistic about your success in being crowned. If this is all you're going to say, then we can end this early. Thales sped up his tone, slightly displeased. He grabbed a catapult, jumped over 2 chess pieces, and placed it in a position to threaten the opponent's knight. Asda flashed a chilling smile that Thales had seen before. What about the weapon? The one that sealed Giza 6 years ago, the mystic said softly. "I thought that when you came to see me, you would at least bring it with you." On the chessboard, one of Asda's pawns suddenly took a step forward and became a swordsman. "For your safety," he said softly. That weapon. In the past, Thales's heart would have probably skipped a beat at this moment. But Thales knew very well what kind of existence he was facing. Asda could detect the air pressure in the target's body from a great distance. "It is where it should be," Thales said flatly. The sin of Hell's river in his body flowed through his lungs and blood vessels like warm water, maintaining the original rhythm of breathing and expansion. The prince moved the shield warrior into the attacking range of the opponent's knight. This time, Asda stared at him for a full 10 seconds. After a while, the mystic put away his emotionless smile and turned his gaze to the chessboard. The shield warrior's position was just within the protection range of the opponent's catapult. "Very good." "Very good what?" Thales stared at him quietly, but he still did not say this out loud. "Fortunately, I control my body's reaction. Use the sin of Hell's river." The mystic suddenly said softly. "Are you ready?" Thales, who was deep in thought, could not react. He moved slightly and raised his head. "Ready for what?" In the next second, Asda suddenly sat up straight and no longer cared about the chessboard in front of him. It was as if he was about to face the most serious situation. "Before we begin, we must first clarify some rules," Asda said flatly. Thales was a little stunned. "Rules?" Thales did not know how he read the mystic's expression, which was almost unchanged, but he subconsciously felt that Asda's expression was extremely serious at that moment. "During the journey, you should have taken notes, but due to the current situation. So, first, you have to seriously think about every word I say. This is a form of respect for me and yourself. Correspondingly, I will also treat your words seriously." Asda nodded slowly. Thales did not know how he read the mystic's expression. Thales was affected by his attitude and could not help but nod in response. "Second, you can ask questions at any time on the way, and you can even raise counter-questions. I may refuse to answer some of them, but this is not a reason for you to respond with silence." This is the worst kind of student. The air mystic spoke at a steady and even pace, which was rarely seen on him. It was contrary to his usual strange rhythm and habits. Thales subconsciously straightened his back and nodded seriously, just like the most devoted student. "Third, before you speak, you must think clearly about how I will answer from my point of view. Speak less meaningless words, get straight to the point, and save time. Fourth, in my class, you are not allowed to use metaphors and analogies to illustrate your point of view. That is the easiest way to use tricks." Thales could only keep a straight face and nod continuously, focusing his gaze on the other party's equally serious eyes. "The most important thing is to be humble," Asda said softly. This time, there seemed to be a hint of something else in his calm words. "Not to me, but to the knowledge you are about to obtain. Respect what you do not agree with first, then give it some thought, find differences, and, finally, question it. You cannot only question the other party, but also yourself, such as your presuppositions. Use fewer absolute and affirmative words, and encourage the use of hypotheses and conditional statements." Thales moved at first, then immediately pressed down on his right hand. He was afraid that he could not help but raise his hand or subconsciously look for a pen. Asda noticed his reaction. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he snorted softly. The prince could not help but feel a little embarrassed. "Of course, when you speak, you must also be prepared to be questioned," the air mystic continued, speaking subconsciously. If a peer here raises a question, Thales's expression changed. He felt that it was a little strange. "Peer?" Asda immediately sensed that something was wrong. His words came to an abrupt halt, and he unnaturally stopped speaking. It was as if he had suddenly been cut off. The atmosphere returned to silence. The soldiers and guard around the room still looked as usual, as if they had not noticed anything. However, in the small space on both sides of the chessboard, Thales instantly saw the mystic's face tremble slightly, and his left hand clench slightly. Thales opened his mouth in surprise. This was the first time Asda had reacted like this since he knew him. Asda did not speak. He only stared quietly at his chessboard, expressionless and motionless. It was as if he was looking into the distance. Thales suddenly had the misconception that the unreasonable Asda before him actually had such a humane side to him. That word, peer. 3 seconds later, Asda closed his eyes and opened them again, as if he had adjusted himself. He raised his gaze again, and it was sparkling. That's all. Thales inhaled softly and put away the doubts in his heart. The prince focused all his attention. Filled with irrepressible anticipation and nervousness, he nodded slowly. It's here. Then let's begin. Asda did not waste any time. He blinked his clear eyes and went straight to the point with his cold words. Today, as your first lesson on the path of becoming a mystic, I want to say 3 things. First, pay attention to what a mystic is, not what mystic energy is. Second, the position and stance of us mystics in the world. Third, our enemies and companions. Under the sky of Dragon Cloud City, the air mystic's words only rang softly in the ears of the Prince of Constellation. Chapter 282. To Asda's surprise, before their lesson even started, Thales raised his right index finger, indicating that he wanted to ask a question. The mystic raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded at him. 6 years ago, I asked you the same question. What is a mystic? Thales Adams apple bobbed as he carefully observed the mystic's expression, even though he knew that Asda's expression rarely changed during conversation. But at that time, you said that you couldn't tell me the answer to the question. Asda narrowed his eyes. Continue. You also said that you couldn't tell me what you understood as a mystic, Thales said doubtfully. But now, the prince looked at the mystic suspiciously. Asda stared at him for a long time. Just as Thales felt his scalp tingle, he finally nodded. You have a good memory. Thales raised his eyebrows and lowered his head subconsciously. Yes, 6 years ago, on that soul-stirring day, everything was still vivid in his mind. I can't forget it even if I wanted to. But Thales, who was holding his breath and waiting for an answer, received an unexpected one. So, almost in the blink of an eye, Asda crossed his hands. His 10 slender fingers perfectly overlapped each other. His expression was indifferent and his voice was cold, as if he had returned to the rational and ruthless air mystic. Today, you have to tell me what a mystic is. Thales' eyes widened slightly. He was a little surprised. Me? Yes. Asda nodded. As usual, he made people feel uneasy. This is especially important. What do you think a mystic is? Especially important? Sensing the strangeness in Asda's words, Thales subconsciously asked, why is it especially important? Asda's eyes flickered slightly. It's still a little early to talk about this. He swept his calm gaze over Thales. There was a vague sense of scrutiny and warning in his gaze. But I need you to answer my question first. The prince looked at the air mystic doubtfully. But the mystic continued to stare at him seriously and calmly. 3 seconds later, Thales finally suppressed the doubts in his heart and took a deep breath. I have some thoughts and deductions. I have also done some investigations. He recalled the 6 years of searching and searching in the library, even though there were many books he had yet to have a chance to read seriously. What is a mystic? I've only met 2 mystics. Thales lowered his gaze and stared at the unmoving chessboard. While recalling, he organized his words and said tentatively, You and Giza, you can control the air at will, and Giza can control flesh and even plants in an unimaginable way. Thales lowered his eyes and stared at the motionless chessboard. Asda did not comment. So, I have a conjecture. Your so-called names of origin explain the nature of your power, right? Thales' expression became more and more serious. Aura and blood? Asda still did not respond. He continued to hold his hands together, which reminded the prince of the bald Grand Duke Letko in Defense City. He also liked to put his arms on the table and hold his hands together. Mystics can fundamentally control things within a certain category, such as air, blood, and so on. As long as it is an objective existence within this category, Thales continued cautiously. For example, the blood mystic can control tree roots and flesh. Perhaps it's because the category of blood includes, but Thales' voice slowly became softer. At the same time, there was a lot of doubt in his voice. He suddenly remembered the Battle of Eradication Chronicles, Heaven's Fall and Earthrend that he read in Mindy's Hall a long time ago, as well as a certain page in it. The most famous record stated that after the appearance of the Power Mystic, it was destroyed overnight. But the Power Mystic? Just as he was puzzled by his own words, Asda spoke softly. The ultimate form of objective existence. The handsome man in the blue robe spoke in a gentle and pleasant voice. A long time ago, when the first batch of mystics was born, many wizards also thought so. Among them, the most famous was none other than the Alchemy Tower's Matter School. Thales frowned slightly. The first batch of mystics? He had even forgotten to ask what the Matter School was. Yes, electricity, water, blood, and many other examples. The names of origin of this batch of mystics are very convincing. A faint blue light appeared in Asda's eyes. There were even wizards who came to the conclusion that mystic energy is the final result of us seeing through the objective truth and the laws of all things. It is the highest form of our control over external objects, and the names of origin represent it. At one time, we thought that this was the truth about mystics. Thales nodded and pursed his lips, but in the next second, the light in Asda's eyes disappeared. His voice became cold again, until the appearance of those two people. He broke our initial and also the most superficial understanding of mystics. Two people. Thales was shocked. Who? Asda turned towards the street outside the balcony. His expression was solemn. Two wizard apprentices from the Ascetic Tower. The Ascetic Tower? Thales' heart skipped a beat. On the way north from Black Sand region to Dragon Cloud City, he had heard Ramon introduce it in the camp. Yes, the head of the three towers, the magic tower with the longest history, the most mysterious appearance, and the most transcendent status. The mystic's gaze seemed to drift into the distance again. It is also known as the obelisk. Thales was about to ask about the Ascetic Tower, but Asda seemed to know what he wanted to say. The mystic raised a hand and gestured for him to be quiet, suppressing his curiosity. Those two wizard apprentices were orphans adopted by the Ascetic Tower since they were young. Under the hands of those careless old wizards, they did not even have normal names. Each of them only had a letter as a form of address. For example, one of them had the code name L. They even mocked themselves because of this. Names are like truths. There is no need for unnecessary words. Thales furrowed his brows heavily. L. The mystic slowly turned his head around and looked straight into Thales' eyes. His words slowly became solemn. So, when these two apprentices who were on good terms with each other found their names of origin and became mystics, their peers gave them an interesting nickname. The Truth Brothers. The Truth Brothers? Thales was puzzled when he heard this. Why did you say that they broke your understanding of mystics? Because one of the Truth Brothers. Asda looked at him quietly and uttered a strange word. His name of origin is Idea. Idea Mystic L? In that second, Thales was completely stunned. Reason in the chess room, Wuxia behind them was complaining to Ralph in a low voice, but Thales had no time to pay attention to it. Idea? He subconsciously repeated Asda's words in a low voice. It's not an easily understood existence like chi, nor a term with profound meaning like blood. It's idea. What the hell is this? Thales widened his eyes. Puzzled, he immediately raised his right index finger and tried to interrupt Asda. It's hard to imagine, isn't it? Asda seemed to have expected his reaction. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, indicating that he could ask questions. What kind of mystic is he? What can he do? The prince asked anxiously. You can freely imagine the idea mystic's appearance and abilities. Asda shook his head. But even I, and even my colleagues who have seen L in person countless times, can tell you in the most absolute and certain tone that even if you exhaust your brain, you will not be able to imagine it. Asda said meaningfully, because we are not L, and you are not L. Thales froze for a moment. So this means that we don't know either? The air mystic said faintly. If mystics are the ultimate form of an objective existence, then how do you explain L's appearance and the idea mystic's appearance. Now, try to rethink my question. What is a mystic? Thales exhaled. His mind, which had just started to have some ideas about mystics, became a mess again. If mystics are not limited to things that exist objectively, then they are a collection of related concepts. The worried Thales furrowed his brows. Existence, chi, and blood could be said to be a concept, but Asda snorted softly again. The prince's thoughts were interrupted by this soft snort. He could not help but raise his head. So what is a mystic? Thales, who did not want to guess anymore, asked a little anxiously. Chi, blood, an idea? That's way too far off. Asda quietly met the prince's gaze. 3 seconds later, under Thales' gaze, he still opened his mouth. The appearance of L shows that our understanding and imagination of mystics are still extremely shallow. The explanation of the matter school has been completely destroyed. But he is not the only one. It is no exaggeration to say that the appearance of every new mystic has more or less advanced our understanding of ourselves. At this moment, Asda was like an accountant who was carefully calculating numbers. He was patient and serious. L is not the most shocking mystic. When you know about B, Kyrie, Solovsky, and even the twins of fate, you will be even more astonished. The world of mystics is actually so interesting. Every mystic is different. Even the world in the eyes of every mystic is different. The next moment, Asda returned to his rational and indifferent expression. There are pitifully few commonalities among mystics. Merely categorizing us as the same type of human, life, or even existence, understanding us within this category, and trying to conclude what mystics are is undoubtedly far from enough. And reality has overturned the models and theories we built to explain mystic energy and understand mystics time and time again. He seemed to be a little sentimental. Throughout history, anyone who thought they had grasped or understood the whole picture and truth of mystics, and anyone who thought they could explain what a mystic is, whether it was the wizards or ourselves, was proven to be naive and laughable. If you have the idea of asking clearly what mystics are, you will be disappointed. L is an example. The mystic looked at Thales again. Do you understand? The prince looked at Asda and could not help but lightly clench his teeth. The doubts in his heart only grew stronger. I don't understand. Thales enunciated each word with deep doubt. You did not answer my question. Asda shook his head. On the contrary, this is what I intend to tell you. Thales could only respond with doubts. First of all, I am not here to answer your question. I am here to help you answer it. Secondly, you still did not seriously think about every word I said. Asda's gaze was slightly slanted. I have already shown you to the greatest extent what a mystic is. The prince opened his mouth to speak, but when the words reached his mouth, he could not find the words. Seriously think about every word I said? What does he mean? In the end, the prince stared at Asda for a full 10 seconds and gave up on the idea of asking for a clear answer. Just like 6 years ago, you do not intend to tell me what a mystic is, do you? Thales covered his forehead weakly and said a little dejectedly, You wanted me to tell you my opinion, and I did, but you said that it was wrong and told me that there was no correct answer. Thales suddenly stopped talking. Wait, seriously think about every word I said. The prince's pupils began to contract slightly. A thought rose in his mind. I seem to understand a little. Thales put down his hand from his forehead and stared at Asda in a daze. He subconsciously said, You did not tell me what a mystic is, but you told me what a mystic is not. The air mystic's eyes brightened. Your progress is much faster than I thought. Asda nodded in satisfaction. Your comprehension is also not bad. Thales, who was encouraged, began to think again. You said that my opinion is very important. You also said that, using L as an example, every mystic is different. Even the world in the eyes of every mystic is different, he muttered and repeated Asda's words. So, Asda, what is the world in your eyes? The prince raised his head and looked at Asda solemnly. What is the difference between it and the world in my eyes? At that moment, Asda raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he could not hide his surprise. Oh, It seems that you're progressing a little too fast. Thales stared at him eagerly. At that moment, Thales thought of nothing else but the last moment he faced Giza and the blood mystic 6 years ago. It was his experience of knocking on the door. That feeling, that wonderful feeling, that feeling that he was the whole world. Asda's tone suddenly became mysterious. I can't tell you, but this time it's because of the first mystic covenant. At that moment, Thales' originally agitated heart seemed to have instantly calmed down. Thales narrowed his eyes. He felt as if he had heard these words somewhere before. Wait. Thales stared at Asda, who was expressionless but gave off a solemn feeling. He began to recall what happened 6 years ago. It was that night, after the thrilling duel in Heroic Spirit Palace, when Asda suddenly visited him. That night, he also learned of the existence of the first mystic covenant for the first time. There were 3 rules that mystics must abide by. They were known as the 3 Great Covenants. Never, ever, ever ask another mystic's understanding of mystic energy. This was not to investigate each other. So, Asda could not tell me what the world in his eyes was like. Was it because of the prohibition of the first mystic covenant? Was it because of, Asda, you are the air mystic? Thales was like a drowning man who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. He stared at Asda solemnly. I remember that 6 years ago, when we first met in Red Street Market, you said that you could sense all the air in the entire street, such as the breathing of every single person in the area. 6 years ago in Dragon Cloud City, you could even track our breathing across an entire city. Asda narrowed his eyes slightly. Those people, their breathing, those air currents, if you could clearly sense every single one of them. At that moment, Thales was a little incoherent. Is that the world in your eyes? He anxiously searched for the right words. Just like everyone else is breathing air in your body. Asda's expression changed. I told you before, I don't welcome metaphors and analogies, the air mystic said coldly. This child exceeded some expectations. Thales stared at Asda in a daze. Asda's reaction had already given him some hints. In other words, those who breathe, those people, Giza Streelman, the blood mystic, Thales continued to speak in a daze. What does the world in her eyes look like? Asda furrowed his brows. To him, this was a huge change in his expression. And during the time he knocked on the door, the world in his own eyes, in that second, Thales suddenly remembered what Giza said before she was sealed. He asked softly, she told me that becoming a mystic is not a blessing, but a curse. Why? This time, the mystic was silent for a long time. Asda. The prince raised his head and stared at Asda, who had a strange expression on his face in puzzlement. Power always comes with a corresponding price. The problem is how you view this price, the blue-robed man said quietly. A person wielding a sword, a person wielding a spear, and a person swinging a chain hammer. The weight they have to bear is different. The range of reach of the sword, spear, and chain hammer, and the enemies they face are also different. As for a person wearing a crown and holding a scepter, they have to bear another kind of weight, and they are in a different environment. Asda's gaze was a little gloomy. The blue light in the depths of his eyes surged slightly. As for what kind of weight a mystic has to bear, you can imagine it yourself. What a mystic has to bear, the prince was stunned. Thales took a deep breath. You just said that you don't welcome using metaphors and analogies to explain things. Oh, that rule. Asda raised his eyebrows slightly and snorted coldly without showing the slightest bit of emotion. It only applies to you. Thales was stunned. Now, Thales, you should have some idea, right? Asda's gaze began to become oppressive. Mystics are not things that you can refer to as precedents. As long as you clearly ask, what is a mystic, you can learn or teach knowledge and power. What is a mystic? His tone was very soft, but there was an inexplicable sense of heaviness in his words. This question can only be sought out by every mystic, answer by themselves, and finally confirmed by themselves what is the name of origin that uniquely belongs to you. I can only carefully guide you from his side, because when you truly understand what a mystic is, Asda paused for a long time, but in the end, he still opened his mouth. You will already be a mystic. or almost a mystic? The mystic looked at the teenager in front of him and said silently in his heart. Both sides of the chessboard fell silent again. Thales lowered his head and began to ponder on this sentence. During this process, don't let what you already know, such as Gizo and I, or even El's example, bind your thoughts, Thales, as this said flatly. You must also remain humble. Don't be like the wizards of the material faction, who let arrogance and self-righteousness drag you down. At this moment, Thales inhaled softly and asked in a puzzled and solemn tone, Asda, how did you become a mystic? How did you find your name of origin? Have you lost control before? The air seemed to freeze in an instant. This question has exceeded the scope of our discussion today. The air mystic was expressionless. It's time to change to the next topic. The position and standpoint of a mystic. Thales raised his head in astonishment and spread his hands to express his puzzlement. But this topic is not over yet, right? We don't even know what we are, and we already have to start looking for a position and standpoint. Asda snorted coldly. This is how the world is, isn't it? The mystic said coldly, people often act presumptuously before they recognize their own position. Whether it's humans or other races, we can't even recognize ourselves very well, but we can distinguish between friend and foe without hesitation, fight and kill each other. It's ironic and interesting. Thales frowned. What you say is always so boring. Asda ignored his words. The blue-robed man put down his crossed hands and leaned back in his seat. Why do you think we are called calamities? Why are we hated by the whole world? Thales looked at Asda and could not help but recall the first time he met him. Because you almost destroyed the world 600 or 700 years ago. The prince remembered what Gilbert told him and said softly, sounded the death knell for the final empire? Asda was silent for a while. Ah, the battle of eradication, a topic that cannot be avoided, he said quietly. Speaking of this, I have to mention another person among the Truth Brothers. The Truth Brothers again? Thales asked curiously. The other person besides El? Asda nodded and began to speak faster. If El broke our understanding of mystics, then his brother completely changed the status of mystics. Nearly 700 years ago, he was the one who led the other 5 mystics and started the battle of eradication. At that moment, Thales held his breath. This was the first time he heard about the battle of eradication from other than books and legends. Also, there were only 6 mystics on that side in the battle of eradication. Who? Thales asked in shock as he watched Asda nod slowly. Who is El's brother? Asda's usually indifferent expression became serious for the 3rd time today. His back left the seat, his hands were clasped together again, his chin was slightly lowered, and his gaze was as sharp as if he was facing the most terrifying enemy. After Taurus, he was the most powerful mystic in history. He was also the first mystic to be called a calamity, the destroyer of the 3 great magic towers, the mourner of the final empire, the culprit of the great crack and sink, the enemy of the holy sun, the nemesis of the gods. Hearing the above titles, Thales could not help but widen his eyes and open his mouth. Asda said in an extremely solemn tone, Existence mystic be. As the plot was written, the urge to step on the accelerator, to increase the gear, to pull the handbrake, to drift through the corners, and to throw everyone out of the way became uncontrollable. What should I do? No, I have to control myself. Ba, control the rhythm. Immeasurable God, control the rhythm. Chapter 283. Existence. Existence mystic, if you take it literally. When he heard the name, Thales' heart skipped a beat. An inexplicable chill spread down his spine. Existence. He gently picked up a chess piece and took it away from the chessboard. A swordsman was suddenly missing from the chessboard. Thales clenched his right hand and covered the swordsman with his fingers. The swordsman disappeared before his eyes. He gently opened and closed his palms, doing this a few times. The swordsman appeared and disappeared in his field of vision. The prince raised his head and looked back at Asda, who was watching him play with the chess piece with interest. So, I guess, like El, you don't know what that be is either. This time, Thales was not as surprised as before. He asked skeptically, including this strange name of origin, existence mystic? Asda just leaned back in his chair and looked at him wordlessly, as if he had no interest in answering. All right. Thales put down the chess piece and subconsciously moved it to the next square. According to what you said, that beast started a war, became the enemy of the world, destroyed the magic tower and the final empire, and split the known continent in half. Why? The prince picked up his glass of water and said cautiously, "Why did he do that? Why did the mystics declare war? How did the war happen?" Asda gently rubbed his fingers, and a guard began to move on his chessboard. "I thought that your 6 years of special political career should have given you some inspiration," the mystic said faintly. "The cause of the war is very complicated. Until today, no one can understand it. In fact, there is no need to understand it, because by the time we realized it, the reality was already like this." Thales took a sip of water and frowned. It's this inexplicable way of speaking again. Compared to the appearance of how the war happened, perhaps we should discuss why the war happened, Asda said flatly. Thales pursed his lips, whistled silently, and plucked one of his opponent's chess pieces. All right, why did the war happen? The prince raised his hand. He understood what the mystic meant. Why did the mystics break with the world? Asda did not answer immediately. The air mystic gently stretched out his fingers. It was rare for him to personally pick up a chess piece and take the next step. I'm sitting here now, moving the chess pieces leisurely, watching the sun rise and set, listening to the breathing and conversations of countless Northlanders. His tone was very calm, and his fingers were very gentle. Under the afternoon sun, it actually gave people a sense of laziness. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a sudden, crisp sound rang. Asda pushed a chess piece onto the chessboard, startled Thales. At the same time, a blue light flashed in Asda's eyes. His aura changed and became fierce. He said through gritted teeth, "But in the next moment, I can suck out all the air in the world. Or dilate all the air in the world." Thales, mystic, Asda ignored him, but the color in his eyes reminded Thales of another mystic. Imagine in the next second, from here to Dragon Cloud City, to Extet, the Western Peninsula, and even the entire world, all life on land will no longer be able to breathe and will welcome the end of the world in the blink of an eye. As long as I move my fingers, Asda stared at him and said in an unnatural, fanatical tone, "No one will live and nothing will survive." How does it feel? Thales felt his skin crawl as he looked at his teacher, who was not acting normally at the moment. He remembered Dragon Cloud's city and shield district that night. He remembered the pain and despair of countless citizens who clutched their throats in the air, trying to inhale a mouthful of air in a silent hell. A few seconds later, the entire world? The prince's voice was a little hoarse. "Can you do it?" Asda still stared at him, but the frightening look in his eyes slowly disappeared. "It's not just me." The mystic leaned against the back of his chair again and said faintly, "Every mystic in the world can use their own methods to easily, in an instant, with the flip of their palms, destroy the world." Thales' pupils trembled slightly. "What?" He cried out involuntarily. "Then why hasn't the world been destroyed?" Thales gaped for a few seconds before he reacted. "Then why did the battle of eradication?" Asda knocked on the chessboard and interrupted him. "Because not every mystic is willing to pay such a price." Thales was stunned. "What price?" At that moment, the chess piece in the mystic's hand paused slightly. "You will know." Asda shook his head and took another step on the chessboard. "When you become a mystic." Thales sighed and suppressed the irritation in his heart. "Really? This again?" The prince asked in dissatisfaction. "I'm starting to wonder if you really want me to become a mystic." "Of course." Asda returned his gaze to the chessboard. He was still calm, as if he had not said anything just now. "If you come with me now, you will know more. I swear I will tell you all my secrets without reservation." "Forget it." Thales sighed and wisely brought the topic back. "So, every one of you has the ability to destroy the world in an instant." He leaned back in his chair and massaged his sore neck from leaning forward for a long time. He said with certainty, But you won't do that, right? Asda shook his head. But the world won't think so. Thales in this world, they don't hate us, the air mystic said slowly. They're afraid of us. They are so afraid that they can't wait to forget us completely. They can't wait for us to disappear from history. What they are unwilling to forgive and find difficult to accept is not our actions. Thales could faintly feel that under Asda's calm face, there was a hint of disdain hidden in his words. It's our existence. It's the possibility that we can destroy everything in an instant. It's the calamities. The prince lowered his head. His expression became solemn. I see. No matter which mystic it is, they all have that kind of power. They are all existences that can overturn the chessboard in an instant. I think their worries are not unreasonable. Thales sighed softly and glanced at Lord Justin, Wuxia, and the countless soldiers and guards outside the balcony. This is our position and position. Asda followed Thales' line of sight and shifted his gaze outside. Be careful, Thales. Your two identities do not represent a small matter. It is the 1,000-year conflict between the world and the mystics that cannot be resolved. Once they discover you, the mystic shrugged, which was rare. A breeze blew across the balcony and lifted some of Thales' hair. Do you still have that kind of confidence? Asda seemed to have regained his leisurely mood. He said in a relaxed manner, as a king, find a way out for the mystics so that we can safely establish ourselves in the world. Thales gritted his teeth. He felt a little troubled. Of course, he braced himself and said, it's precisely because it's difficult that it's worth doing it, isn't it? What else could he have said? I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was young, frivolous, and overestimated myself. Now I give up. Is that it? Thales shrugged in his heart. Asda froze on the spot. His gaze lingered on him for almost 10 seconds. I really look forward to that day, he said softly. Thales felt a little uncomfortable under the strange gaze of the mystic. He had to shift his attention back to the chess game. Just you wait, I will succeed, but Asda cut him off. No. He wagged his finger and continued to stare at the prince strangely. What I look forward to, Thales, is not your ultimate success. The mystic's tone changed. It was strange and gloomy. But you're caught between the mystics and humans, between the calamities and the world. Caught between your own nature and the gazes of others, between the inescapable future and the unforgettable past. In the end, you will be torn apart by conflict, destroyed by conflict, and devoured by regret. In the end, you will compromise with us in the future. The two sections of the chessboard fell silent again. Only the two of them were left staring at each other. Thales resisted the twitching of his face and stared at Asda for a full 3 seconds before he awkwardly spat out 2 words. Thank you. That's really comforting. If on that day you see a new way out in a brand new field of vision, a direction that only you can grasp. Asda did not finish his words. He said softly, don't hesitate anymore. Accept yourself and grasp the rudder that will change your fate. The mystic's gaze was like 2 sharp swords that pierced Thales' pupils. Remember my words. 1 word at a time. Engrave them in the bottom of your heart. Thales' Jade Star. The prince heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt extremely awkward and did not know how to react. Engrave them in the bottom of my heart? There's another question. Thales laughed dryly and raised his finger unnaturally. How were B and his 5 companions defeated? Where are they now? One of them has already been sealed by you. Asda was very straightforward about this question. The others probably met a similar fate 600 years ago, sealed. Thales clenched his fists and thought of that lovely yet terrifying girl, as well as the scene where she eventually turned into ashes. At that moment, the mystic lowered his voice and appeared a little desolate. Otherwise, this world would probably not be what it is today. Asda shook his head. During the days of the Battle of Eradication, I sensed that the number of people knocking on the door was almost as many as breathing. You make it sound like you need to breathe. Thales secretly criticized. Asda raised his head and nodded at him. If B's people come looking for you one day, remember this. Almost all of them are lunatics. They might not necessarily be your enemies, but they definitely won't be your friends. Think about Giza. Thales lowered his head and pondered. So you're not one of them? No, I'm not. A few of us, including myself, think that B's response is too extreme. We call them extremists. Asda snorted softly. Correspondingly, they call us moderates, or even worse names. Extremists. Moderates. Thales recalled the confrontation and argument between Asda and Giza in Shield District. He came to a sudden realization. Extremists and moderates. The mystics are divided into two factions, opposing each other? If only it were that simple. Asda shook his head again. The moderates are not like the extremists, who are united and orderly, who advance and retreat together. We are just a group of scattered mystics who refuse to choose war. Even after the war, we are scattered all over the place, fighting on our own. Asda held the chess piece in his hand. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. And the real opponents of the extremists in the battle of eradication, there were two other mystics, the mystics said calmly. They chose to stand on the other side of the battlefield, facing B and his followers, regardless of whether they were mystics or normal people. 6 against 2. This was the situation at one point in the war. Thales took a deep breath. Realization dawned on him. So that's how it is. Two mystics who stood up for the world, facing the extremists. The books in Rikaru's library, the calamities that the little girl said stood on our side. So it's Empress. Thales uttered a strange word. This time, it was Asda's turn to raise his eyebrows. His expression changed slightly. You know them? Thales raised his head and stared at Asda with a certain gaze. It's the two empresses, isn't it? In the history of the ancient empire and the final empire, there has never been a so-called empress, but I always hear this word on various occasions. It has also been mentioned once or twice in books. Thales recalled the few occasions where he heard this word. Even some of the great nobles in the two countries know of their existence. It sounds high and mighty. So, the so-called empresses are actually mystics, Thales said tentatively. They are mystics who stood on the side of the world in the battle of eradication. They helped us. They stood on the side of the world and defeated the extremists led by B, so they enjoyed a transcendent status and were even called empresses. Thales exhaled. So, there are actually mystics who can coexist peacefully with the world, right? However, the moment he finished speaking, he noticed that Asda was looking at him with a thought-provoking look. Thales widened his eyes. What? Then, Asda shook his head again. No, he coldly denied Thales' words. This startled the prince. No, but the empresses, the two mystics who stood on the other side of the battlefield, they still think that they are a part of the human race. So, from the beginning to the end, they have been opposing the extremists. Asda shook his head and sighed. They are just two pitiful people who confuse the past and the present. We usually call them obscurants. Obscurants. Thales hid this term in his heart. They think they are human mystics? Thales' expression was calm, but a huge question mark was drawn in his heart. But Asda did not stop there, as though the obscurants were just a small interlude. The mystic continued to speak. As for the two empresses you mentioned, at that moment, Asda clenched his fist. Asterisk clack. Asterisk with a crisp sound. A red king jumped abruptly on the chessboard, took 3 steps on the empty path, and knocked a knight off the chessboard. Thales furrowed his brows. There are even worse existences. Asda's words only reached his ears at that moment. The knight rolled off the chessboard and swayed weakly on the table. With a heart full of doubts, the prince raised his head, and his body immediately tensed up. The air mystic's eyes shone with a strange blue light. It covered his original pupils, but it could not hide his murderous intent and chilliness. The so-called two magic empresses, Bloodspike and Helen. They are indeed mystics. They suddenly changed their stance at the end of the war. They betrayed all their peers in one night. They brought about the end of all mystics. Asda hissed the word through gritted teeth. The traitors. Even when he was facing Giza, Asda's words had never been so cold and chilling. Filled with hatred, disgust, wariness, and fear, Thales stared at him blankly for a while before he came back to his senses. The two empresses, how did they betray you? The prince inhaled and adjusted his racing heartbeat because of the mystic's abnormality. They are more terrifying than the legendary anti-mystic equipment. The mystic snorted, and the blue light in his eyes gradually disappeared. They are much more terrifying than the legendary anti-mystic equipment. The anti-mystic equipment is, after all, a non-living thing, and Thales narrowed his eyes, feeling a little anxious. More terrifying than the legendary anti-mystic equipment, and at this moment, Asda's words paused slightly. He turned his gaze back to Thales. Asda changed the topic. Do you really want to know? Thales widened his eyes, shrugged, and put on an expression that said, yes. Of course, didn't you say that we need to distinguish between our enemies and comrades? Not just these. Thales propped his chin and frowned as he pondered over the information and intelligence he just received. Previously, you mentioned the extremists, the moderators, the obscurists, the two empresses. Then, what do the obscurists think? How many mystics are there left? What are their names of origin and abilities? And Thales scratched his chin and muttered, who is Taurus, the one you kept talking about just now? Asda's lips curled up again, which was rare. It will take a lot of time to tell you all these. The mystic seemed to have returned to the calm and composed man's demeanor, and continued to tempt him. How about it? Do you want to come with me? Accept your nature and wholeheartedly embark on the path of a mystic. Then, you will be able to acquire this knowledge in a more systematic, efficient, comprehensive, and convenient manner. Thales immediately froze. Thales sighed and ignored the mystic's earnest gaze again. Thank you for inviting me again, but I still think that a successor to the kingdom with a delicate identity is more beneficial to our future than a mystic apprentice mystic who hides everywhere and cannot be seen. That's right. So, Thales raised his eyebrows and urged him to continue. The betrayal of the two empresses? Asda revealed a faint smile. All right then. The mystic shook his head slightly, then slowly nodded. Asda sat up straight. His gaze was sharp and his expression was solemn. Since you already know about the existence of the two magic empresses, it's time to tell you. The most interesting part of our lesson today, when I was still a wizard apprentice, the part one was most fascinated with. Thales held his breath and waited for the mystic's answer. The two empresses, the magic empress, the existence who betrayed all mystics in the battle of eradication. The person who made Asda so afraid of them. How exactly did they betray us? How terrifying was their power? Class dismissed. Asda said calmly. Thales did not react for a moment. However, in the next second, the mystic's figure completely disappeared into thin air. Both ends of the chessboard returned to silence once more. Then, the sound of the prince's inhalation was heard slowly. Thales blinked in disbelief and stared at Asda's seat in a daze. Class dismissed? The prince sat in a daze for a minute. However, other than the chess game on the chessboard that had unknowingly ended, Asda did not leave a single trace behind. It was as if he had never been here. Thales stared at the empty seat in astonishment. His mouth fell open in surprise. It was as if he could see the mystic's indifferent and hypocritical smile. He recalled Asda's words from before. The most interesting part of our lesson today, when I was still a wizard apprentice, the part one was most fascinated with, then class dismissed. Chapter 284. Filled with anger, Thales rode through the first gatehouse under heavy protection and returned to Heroic Spirit Palace. His mind was shrouded in countless doubts. According to Asda, there were only a few mystics, but they were still divided into many factions. The extremists, led by B, who started the war, were once the most powerful faction, the real calamities who had committed countless crimes. According to Asda, they were a bunch of complete lunatics who destroyed the world and themselves. But was that really the case? Thales always felt that even the unreasonable Giza did not seem to be such a crazy existence. With Asda as their representative, the moderates who rejected war. Asda described himself as a group of pacifists who stood aloof from worldly affairs, scattered in the world, and disunited. But from Thales' point of view, At the moment, whether it was controlling constellations, underground world, or pursuing Thales, the air mystic was the most proactive mystic who wanted to change the current situation. The two obscurists who believed themselves to be humans and thus fought against the extremists. Asda's attitude towards them was very strange. He neither hated them nor acknowledged them. Instead, his attitude was filled with pity. Where are they now? How are they doing? Thales' heart tightened when he thought of this. Bloodspike and Helen, the traitors of the mystics, known as the Magic Empresses, were shrouded in the most mystery. Why did they betray? How did they betray? Why does Asda hate them more than the obscurists who stand on the side of the world? How are they now? Thales sighed and dismounted beside Heroic Spirit Palace's stable. He took out the book from his saddle and comforted the reluctant Jenny as he handed the reins to the groom. Having just received his first lesson, the confusion in his heart did not diminish when he faced the world. The more he knew, the more questions he had. While he was deep in thought, Wuxia, who was behind him, nudged the young prince. His tone was cautious and vigilant. "Your Highness." Thales snapped out his daze and looked up. He saw the person who made Wuxia and Ralph rather uneasy. It was a pale man. He leaned against the side of the stable with his arms crossed. A black-hilted saber was strapped diagonally on his back. He raised his head towards the prince and his entourage, revealing a sharp and unfriendly gaze. Including Lord Justin, the Grand Duchess guards, and the palace guards all nodded at him in greeting. His entire body exuded a dangerous aura. It was just like the first time Thales met him. "It's already 6 o'clock, the man said coldly, and I said 5 o'clock. Thales helplessly rolled his eyes at the setting sun. "Aren't you supposed to be busy protecting the Archduchess' safety?" The prince patted the dust off his body and bade farewell to Jenny. Once again, he watched how this beautiful girl caused a commotion among her peers after she was led into the stable. "Why do you have the time to visit a powerless and useless foreign prince at this time? Lord Nicholas?" Sorai Nicholas was the legendary commander of the Archduchess Guards who had been demoted from the White Blade Guards to the Grand Duchess Guards. He was almost middle-aged. After the drastic change 6 years ago, as the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes increased, the once most trusted personal guard of King Nuvan became more stable and reliable, as well as more cautious. Wuxia anxiously turned his head to look for Ida. But after a few seconds, he sighed and turned his head back. That shorty has probably left the prince behind and gone to the suburbs to fight on her own. The Star Killer snorted coldly. Others might think that you're inconspicuous, that you usually just read books and play chess. At most, you skip class and play hide-and-seek. As usual, Nicholas scanned his target with an unpleasant, scrutinizing gaze. His tone was unfriendly. "But I know." The Star Killer lowered his arms. His gaze was sharp. "You're the most troublesome person in Heroic Spirit Palace." Thales sighed in resignation. He turned around and walked out of the stable, brushing past Nicholas. "Thank you for your compliment. Forgive me for..." At this moment, Thales' shoulders suddenly sank. *slap. The prince turned his head and looked at the Star Killer's hand on his shoulder. He frowned slightly. Wuxia and Ralph reacted quickly and took 2 steps forward. The attendant pressed his hand on his single-edged sword, while the Phantom Wind follower drew out one of the 2 short swords from his waist. The people around them also reacted quickly. The Constellations consciously formed a semicircle and blocked the Northlanders, who had also become nervous. "Let go of the prince." Wuxia looked at them and warned them with a solemn expression. Relax. Before the situation went out of control, Thales exhaled and waved his hand for his subordinates to retreat. "Lord Nicholas always likes to joke with me." The prince stared at the Star Killer, who was still pressing down on his shoulder. He raised his eyebrows. "Right." Nicholas stared at him for a whole 5 seconds before he let go of the teenager in front of him. Wuxia, who had been vigilant by the side, heaved a sigh of relief. The hostile atmosphere around them also eased up, but the moment Thales shrugged, the Star Killer suddenly extended his hand again. *slap. Nicholas' movements were so fast, and the trajectory was so strange that the prince could not react at all. He could only watch as the Star Killer's hand thrust forward and retracted, forcefully snatching the thick, brown-covered book he brought out of the palace from his left hand. But at that moment, Thale's expression changed drastically, like a lion cub whose fur had stood on end. The sin of Hell's River was like the most loyal companion. It rose from every inch of his body, surged up his left arm, and filled every joint from his shoulder, elbow, and wrist. The moment the book left his hand, Thale's left arm swiftly grabbed it with a backhand movement that was several times more agile than usual. Asterisk thud. Asterisk he grabbed the spine of the book in a death grip. The sin of Hell's River surged again and filled his arm muscles. It gradually increased the strength in Thale's hand, not letting go even the slightest bit. The attendants pressed their hands on their weapons again. The tension in the air returned. "Your Highness," Wuxia shouted anxiously. "Be careful, you stay back, Wuxia." Thale spoke with a solemn expression, stopping his subordinate from drawing his weapon from his waist. "Lord Nicholas' joke is a little too big. That's all. Damn it, this guy." Thale stared at Nicholas. "He just won't let me go." The brown-covered book stopped in midair. The Prince of Constellation and the Star Killer each grabbed one side of the book, and they were in a stalemate. Oh, this is rare. Nicholas felt the strength in his hand gradually increase, and he could not hide the surprise in his eyes. "If you can perform like this in your daily sword practice, then I'll be Ked, even worse by you." Thales interrupted him coldly, unwilling to let go of the book in his hand. Nicholas curled up the corners of his mouth. "You know, I've always found it strange." There was a strange, cold glint in the Star Killer's eyes. "Don't you get tired of playing chess with yourself in an empty room for 3 years? It can't be helped." Thales did not show any weakness. "It's your fault that you don't know how to play chess, and the Archduchess's chess skills are a mess." "Is that so?" Nicholas sneered. "There must be people in the Secret Intelligence Department who know how to play chess." Thales gritted his molars. He had a bad feeling about this. "Perhaps you shouldn't be so rude to me." The prince sighed. His arm, which had been trembling during the contest of strength, started to ache. The Archduchess. The Archduchess must remember how her grandfather passed away. Nicholas interrupted him faster than he could. The expression on his face reminded others of a hunter. "Isn't that so?" Thales was instantly speechless. In the next moment, Nicholas pushed the book in his hand and pulled it back. Thales had no way of grasping his opponent's sudden change in technique and strength. The agility and strength brought about by the sin of Hell's River were of no use at all. He could only stare at Nicholas as he snatched the book away. "I didn't know that you were still interested in the Temple of Knights." Nicholas looked at the title of the book on the cover, then glanced at the Prince of Constellation, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. But the Star Killer patted the spine of the book with one hand. The book automatically opened to the page that the user most often opened. It lay flat on Nicholas' wide, callous palm. In the middle of the page, there was a thin piece of sky-blue paper. Thales clenched his fists. His breathing quickened. That explains it." Nicholas narrowed his eyes and curled up the corners of his lips. He gently picked up the thin blue paper and looked at Thales' livid face with interest. "A message? Is this why you want to play chess?" "That's an invitation," Thales said quietly. He suppressed the anxiety in his heart and stretched out his hand to stop his subordinate from moving. "It's just a meaningless sentence on it," the prince said calmly. "You know," Nicholas interrupted him with a chuckle. "Then let us take a look." In front of the prince, Nicholas flung the thin piece of paper aside with a victorious smile and read the words written on it. "Fall." But when Nicholas uttered the first syllable, his pale face changed slightly. He raised his head abruptly and shifted his gaze from the thin paper to Thales. Thales blinked. "Is this some kind of joke?" The Star Killer said coldly, "Young prince." He turned the hard paper in his hand to the other side. The thin, sky-blue paper was spread out in front of Thales. Wuxia and Ralph moved their heads forward. There was only one line of neatly written words in the lingua franca on the thin paper in Nicholas' hand. It was written in standard patterns. Ralph whistled and retracted his head. Wuxia mumbled something and held back his laughter. He did not look at Nicholas' expression. "Look, I said a meaningless sentence." Thales scratched his head awkwardly, using this action to relieve the soreness brought by the sin of Hell's River. You were the one who insisted on reading it. Nicholas stared into the prince's eyes. His eyes were burning. His assistant, Lord Justin, frowned slightly and went forward to remind him, "Leader, it's getting late." Only then did the Star Killer close his mouth in dissatisfaction and snort through his nose. With an unpleasant expression, Nicholas crumpled the thin paper in his hand into a ball and threw the book back to Thales. "Young prince, you'd better be careful. Use a new phrase next time." Thales caught the book and pretended to blow the dust off it. "I'm used to it." "No." Nicholas' gaze turned cold, and his words were profound. "What I mean is be careful." At that moment, Thales' pupil shrank. "What do you mean?" the prince asked faintly. Thales sensed something unusual in Nicholas' words. "I mean it literally." Nicholas tore the thin paper in his hand callously. "Dragoncloud City hasn't been peaceful lately, and you're the most interesting bargaining chip in Dragoncloud City." The Star Killer tore the thin paper in his hand and walked forward slowly. He approached Thales' face with an oppressive force, and his tone became more and more frightening. "Of course, if you and the hand behind you want to do something," Thales furrowed his brows tightly. At that moment, enough! It was a clear and loud female voice. It sounded rather young, and it rose out of nowhere in the empty space outside the stable. Thales exhaled. In response, Nicholas snorted coldly in displeasure. Why his expression relaxed? He turned around and mouthed to Ralph, "I'm safe." Footsteps could be heard outside the stable. A blonde girl in a dark brown one-piece formal dress walked to the front of the stable under the protection of the Archduchess guards on both sides. An old but rather dignified nobleman accompanied her with powerful steps. The old-fashioned Madame Gings and two maids followed behind them. Beside the stable, both the Archduchess guards and the palace guards retreated in unison and bowed respectfully. Lord Nicholas, the young girl who suddenly appeared, continued to speak with her bright voice. Her voice was like the soft cry of a skylark, and it made people feel as if the setting sun was rising again. "Prince Thales is our honored guest, and also Dragoncloud City's ally. He represents the friendship between the Jadestar family and Constellation. And you should display the bearing and actions that befit the honor of a Northlander, my personal guard captain." The girl stared straight at Nicholas, who was confronting Thales. Her expression was calm, but there was an inexplicable sense of indifference. "After all, we fought alongside him." The Star Killer inhaled softly and glanced at the prince. Then, he took a step back and bowed slightly to the girl. "Of course," Nicholas said coldly. "As you wish, Your Grace." Thales shrugged. He turned around and flashed a friendly smile at the girl who helped him out of his predicament. He did not know when it started, but the sloppy little rascal he knew 6 years ago had turned into a beautiful 15-year-old girl. She was the current Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, Saroma Walton, who amazed Thales even though he saw her every day. The girl blinked her green eyes, which were even more spirited than before. Her nose was curled up into an adorable arc, which made people want to reach out and pinch it. Her lips were slightly thick, but they had a unique texture. Her bright cheeks were flushed with a healthy red, which made the 2 strands of platinum hair that fell from her chest look even brighter. The only thing on her body that ruined the brightness was probably the big, thick, black-rimmed glasses on her face. "Good night, my respected and noble Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, the beautiful and elegant Lady Saroma." Thales smiled in a relaxed manner. He raised his right hand at Saroma, pressed it lightly against his left chest, and performed an elegant, proper, and unmistakable bow. "Lord Nicholas was only joking with me. Please do not be too harsh on him." The young Saroma stared at him quietly. No emotion could be seen in her eyes. "But I still thank you for your concern, and I will keep this gratitude in my heart." The prince curled his lips into what Gings, the female officer, said was the best angle, and nodded slightly. "I hope you have a pleasant day today, my lady. And the two of you, Count Leespan and Lady Gings." Thales raised his eyebrows. He watched as Leespan, who looked stern, and Gings, who looked calm, returned his bow. Finally, Saroma furrowed her brows slightly and pursed her lips, which made her look even cuter. She walked forward slowly and looked at Thales at the same level. The young girl walked in front of Thales. She pouted, extended her hands, and elegantly lifted the hem of her dress, revealing a pair of small deerskin boots and a pair of beautifully curved calves. Thales straightened his back. He could not help but notice that the girl's once dirty hands had become white and smooth. They were lightly wrapped around her waist. Under the well-tailored formal dress, her neck looked slender, her waist was straight, and her slightly large breasts were tightly bound in her tight shirt. Her entire body exuded a youthful vigor. However, just when Thales thought that the Archduchess was going to lift her skirt and bow back to him, thud. Thales cried out in pain. He took 2 steps back and crashed into the stable behind him. He bent down in pain and rubbed the bone of his leg that was kicked. Behind the young girl, Count Liespan and Lady Gings both frowned. A pair of maidservants covered their mouths and cried out in surprise at the same time. Nicholas scratched his neck and shook his head gently. Saroma snorted coldly and retracted her boots. Her hands trembled, and she angrily flung her skirt down. As the Archduchess moved playfully, the jeweled headdress on her full forehead shone brightly under the setting sun. Even the cloud dragon spear emblem on her sleeve seemed to have gained a hint of color out of nowhere. The Prince of Constellation, who had been kicked for no reason, raised his head with an incredulous expression. "Hey!" Feeling the pain in his leg, Thales protested in dissatisfaction. "Why?" Saroma walked up to Thales. She was slightly taller than Thales, and she curled her lips as she stared at the guests of Constellation with a displeased expression. Wuxia and Ralph looked at each other and wisely took a step back. They chose to abandon their duty and abandon their prince. From Constellation, respected, noble, handsome, the girl's expression was ice-cold, and she emphasized the last 2 words. "Prince Thales, Highness Thales." Thales sighed. The Archduchess unhappily glanced at the big black horse behind him, who was chewing on fodder and watching the show leisurely. She threatened him with her clear and bright voice. "If you speak to me in this tone again, I will." She was very unhappy and glanced at the big black horse, who was chewing on fodder and watching the show. "Then don't live in the courtyard anymore. Come to the stable and sleep with your favorite Jenny." Saroma snorted softly. She turned around abruptly and stomped her deerskin boots on the ground. Her footsteps could be heard from 20 meters away, and she left angrily. The young girl's long hair brushed past Thales' cheeks, and a delicate fragrance wafted into his nose. But the unfortunate prince did not have the energy to care about these little charms. With a wronged expression, he raised his head and looked at the indifferent Count Liespan. Madame Gings and the 2 maidservants hurriedly followed the Archduchess. The former even glared at Thales with a frown, as if it was his fault. "Seal, I'm already very tired today." The Archduchess' clear voice rang. She was respectful and polite, forming a stark contrast with her behavior just now. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'll leave the rest to you." The regent of Dragon Cloud City, Count Liespan, who was also dressed in formal attire, sighed and nodded gently at the young girl's back. "Of course, my lady." The Star Killer shook his head in disdain and followed the Archduchess. Saroma's footsteps faded into the distance. Thales straightened his back and exhaled in dissatisfaction. He said to Liespan, during today's State Affairs hearing, "Who provoked her again?" "No one." The regent shook his head without changing his expression. But then he nodded with a conflicted expression. His expression darkened. "Everyone." Thales revealed a puzzled expression and said in dissatisfaction, "Then, do I deserve to be that unlucky target?" Count Seal Liespan, the regent of Dragon Cloud City who was over 60 years old, probably did not like Thales very much from the first time he saw him. But this time, the Count shook his head and apologized to him. "On behalf of the lady herself, I apologize for her behavior. Her behavior just now was indeed inappropriate," Prince Thales, Regent Liespan, said solemnly. "When the time is right, I will advise her. Believe me, this is not her usual behavior." Thales, who had suffered for no reason, rolled his eyes. Then I'll take my leave first, Prince Thales. Regent Leaspan stared at the Archduchess back and said slowly, "Please convey my gratitude to Lord Poutre." Thales nodded in resignation. Accompanied by his attendants, the regent turned and left. Thales watched Lispin's retreating back, and his heart sank a little. No one, everyone, what Leaspan said, what exactly happened during the State Affairs hearing? In addition to Nicholas's warning that Dragoncloud City will not be peaceful, and his inexplicable search. Also, Poutre also rushed to Dragoncloud City at this time. Thales, who was deep in thought, raised his head. He felt a little uneasy. He needed to find Poutre as soon as possible and listen to the Lord's report. The big black horse stuck its head out of the fence and playfully touched the prince's cheek. As expected, Thales put aside the complicated thoughts in his heart. He hugged Jenny's head and let out a long sigh. "You're still better, Jenny." At this moment, Ida, who had disappeared for a long time, popped out of nowhere. She held 2 dead rabbits in each hand and said cheerfully in front of the dumbfounded Wuxia and Ralph, "Hey, little Thales, it's okay. We don't want to eat that brat's dinner. We can start a fire ourselves." The prince turned to her sternly. "Ida." Thales' expression changed. He put on a fierce expression and snorted coldly at the elf. "If you leave the group and run off to fight in the future, don't stay in the courtyard. Move in here and sleep with Jenny." Ida froze on the spot. At this moment, the Archduchess' dissatisfied and angry shout came from afar again. "Thales, what are you still dawdling about for? Do you want to eat dinner or not?" Thales took a deep breath and tugged at his face, turning it from an aggrieved prince to a happy teenager. "Dinner. Of course I do. But I don't want to eat with a certain irritated lioness cub." The teenage prince could only look up at the sky and sigh. He muttered to himself, "She was so cute when she was young," and shouted, "I'm coming, I'm coming." Thales turned around without hesitation and strode in Saroma's direction. Leaving the confused Ida behind, he looked at Wuxia and Ralph in dismay. In the stable, Jenny snorted and lowered her head to continue enjoying her feast. "What's wrong with the 2 brats?" Ida looked at Jenny under the cloak and shook the rabbit in her hand. "You know," Wuxia sighed and rubbed his nose. "It's good to be young." In the distance, Count Leaspan stopped. He slowly turned around and glanced in the direction of the stable. "Yes, you're being used by the Archduchess as a target to vent her anger, Prince Thales. However, she'll only use you as a target. That's the problem." With a profound gaze, Regent Leaspan turned around and left. Chapter 285. Thales stared solemnly at the sausage on his plate. He held his breath and slowly raised his knife according to Professor Gine's posture in his memory. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Finally, the prince heaved a deep sigh. He loosened his grip and put the knife and fork back on the sides of the plate, giving up on eating. Thales raised his head with a headache and looked at the other side of the dining table. The blonde girl glared at him with her green eyes, pouted, and stared at him in dissatisfaction. She did not even move the food in front of her. From the moment they entered the Archduchess' dining room, Saroma chased Gings and the 2 maids out with a cold expression, despite the unified objections of Gings and the 2 maids. Surprisingly, Gings only expressed her objection symbolically and then complied with the Archduchess' wishes, which was very rare in the past. "All right." Thales could only brace himself and said, "Our esteemed Archduchess, do you have any opinions about my dining posture?" Saroma snorted softly and stared at him for a full 3 seconds before she pouted and said, "Again." Thales was stunned. Thales was stunned. "What? You're talking to me like this again?" the girl said in displeasure with a sullen expression. "Our esteemed Archduchess is a tone that makes people want to beat you up." Thales widened his eyes and looked at her helplessly. He smiled and said, "But this is the proper way to address the Archduchess, especially when it's our cute and charming." The sound of metal clashing against metal suddenly rose. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales stared at Saroma in a daze. The sullen girl had just stabbed the plate of beef in front of her into 2. The cut was smooth. Saroma was still staring at him with a frown. Her eyes were filled with unhappiness. The teenage Princess Adam's apple bobbed a little. He took a deep breath and stopped smiling. He suppressed the urge to tease the girl with a playful tone to the deepest part of his stomach. Looks like she's in a really bad mood. Then, asterisk thud, asterisk another crisp sound of metal clashing against the plate was heard. The beef on Saroma's plate was cut into 3 pieces. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Alarm. Alarm. It was even scarier than when she did that 2 years ago. Thales immediately put away the expression on his face and calmly stared at Saroma, who pouted. I'm sorry. The prince looked into Saroma's eyes with sincerity. It's my fault. From just now until now, I've neglected your feelings. Saroma's eyes moved, and her stern face relaxed a little. When Thales saw her dejected look, he could not help but lower his head and sigh. In the next second, the prince decisively left his seat and walked towards the girl. Saroma was slightly shocked. As she watched Thales get closer and closer, she seemed a little uncomfortable. Her whole body shrank slightly like a hedgehog. The girl pursed her lips and snorted in a low voice. What are you doing? Thales did not answer her. The prince walked straight to the side of Saroma, whose eyes were filled with suspicion. He pulled out a chair by the side of the dining table and sat down quietly. Hey, remember, I'm your friend. The prince leaned forward and rested his arm on the dining table. He stared at Saroma seriously and flashed a gentle smile. You know you could trust me. You can tell me anything. Saroma's breathing became slightly erratic, but she still tried her best to maintain that dissatisfied expression and snorted through her nose. But Thales was still very patient. He looked at her gently and did not shift his gaze. 1 second, 2 seconds. This time, Saroma, who had been keeping a straight face, felt a little embarrassed under his stare. The girl cleared her throat unnaturally and turned her head away. But Thales still stared at her with a burning gaze. Finally, Saroma could not stand his stare anymore. She took a deep breath in resignation and blew it upwards forcefully. She looked up and saw the hair on her forehead being blown up by the wind. Forget it. It's nothing. Saroma pouted and glanced at Thales. She lowered her head with a gloomy expression. It's just my own bad temper. No. Thales shook his head. Saroma. The prince exhaled and tried his best to speak slowly. Good girl. I know that today must be very difficult for you. On the day of the state affairs hearing, those disobedient vassals, Saroma turned her head around abruptly. Her breathing quickened. Humph. She stared at Thales angrily and asked sarcastically, Difficult? Difficult? How can that be? I am the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, the only one in the past 700 years, the only one. I control the most powerful territory in Ekstedt. How can it be difficult? Saroma's breathing became heavier. The girl crossed her arms and said with an unpleasant expression. Thales stared at her quietly. My vassals are among the most loyal. Saroma snorted angrily. They are powerful and wise. With them around, Dragon Cloud City is as stable as the Sighing Mountains. I don't have to worry about anything, including my own. Everything in Dragon Cloud City is running in an orderly manner. The Walton family is as prosperous as ever. Saroma seemed to have turned on a chatterbox. She opened and closed her mouth wider and wider. The girl's expression also became angrier. So how can it be difficult for me? Compared to a certain hostage prince who trembles in fear and is afraid that I will eat him whole one day, I am simply the luckiest girl in the world. Ugh! The girl was stunned. Her mouth was gagged. Saroma watched Thales' actions in astonishment and felt the thing in her mouth. At some point in time, the prince had already sat beside Saroma. Thales stared straight into Saroma's clear eyes. The girl was a little at a loss. Her face was slightly red. Then, the second prince exhaled and calmly pulled out the spoon in his hand from the dumbfounded Saroma's mouth. If this spoon of beans can't appease your anger, Thales said with a smile. He turned around and scooped another spoonful of beans from his plate and shook it in front of Saroma. I still have another spoonful. Saroma only reacted then. Her slightly red face showed signs of anger from embarrassment. With her mouth full of beans, she hummed a few times in extreme dissatisfaction. Thales continued, smiling with his eyes narrowed. He shook the spoonful of beans in his hand at her. That's right. Bite them to pieces. That will appease your anger. Saroma pouted her mouth, which was stuffed full of beans, and glared at him in dissatisfaction for a whole 3 seconds. Thales smiled in response. In the end, the girl with a displeased expression let out a heavy humph. She turned her head away and stared at Thales from the corner of her eyes. She chewed the beans in her mouth vigorously, as if she was angry. The chewiness made it seem as if she was not chewing beans, but Thales' flesh. The prince winked at her. There was a smile in his eyes. Seriously, she used to be very nice to me. Where did the pitiful and cute little rascal who likes to hide behind me speak softly and talk softly to me? Thales looked at Saroma, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He looked at the girl who was glaring at him as if she was demonstrating her power. He looked at her cheeks, which were bulging from the stuffing. As she chewed harder and harder, her cheeks trembled. I've shrunk. I've said it before. The girl chewed and swallowed the beans in her mouth with great difficulty. She said angrily to the prince, I'm not unhappy at all. Thales expressionlessly delivered the second spoonful of beans to Saroma's mouth. The prince held back the laughter in his heart. When he tried to pull the spoon back, he realized that he could not pull it back. Saroma bit the spoon hard, and her gaze at that moment could already kill. Here, be good. The most important thing for a person is to be happy. Thales resisted the twitching of his shoulders and pulled the spoon out of her mouth with great difficulty. He watched as Saroma angrily began to chew harder than the first spoonful. Although the Archduchess' gaze was still terrifying, the prince suddenly felt at that moment that the life before him was not so bad. Fortunately, she's quite cute like this. Thales gradually became absent-minded. And when did she change from a careful girl to the way she was now? Probably one day. Was it 2 years ago, when she came looking for me with sleepy eyes, holding a blood-stained bedsheet in a panic, and sneakily with red eyes before dawn? And after that day, I was chased from my room on the 6th floor to the blood court by Gings, the female official who heard the commotion. Or was it a year ago, when she blushed and put on a corset, and I mocked her with my gaze in the library? It's all thanks to that female official, Gings, who tirelessly taught her lady to abide by the precepts of being a noble woman. Or was it the first time she wore a formal dress and combed her hair like a lady's, stood in front of me anxiously and excitedly, only to be angered by the prince who laughed so hard that he turned around and left? I don't remember. Anyway, it's become like this without me realizing it. The girl who used to be young and timid. She's grown up slowly in the high walls and snow of Heroic Spirit Palace and Dragon Cloud City. She will eventually transform into an existence that they are not familiar with. Archduchess Saroma Walton. But Thales recalled the past when they met, and he could not help but feel sad. Is this really what she wants? Will she really be happy? Become a Walton? Thales, who had a lot on his mind, sighed and ate a mouthful of beans. At this moment, hey, Saroma's anxious voice interrupted him. The girl's voice sounded a little surprised and a little hurried. Thales snapped out of his daze and looked at Saroma's expression in surprise. The Archduchess' face was abnormally red. She was hesitant and nervous as she extended her right hand to him, as if she wanted to remind him of something. The prince finished chewing the beans in his mouth in a few bites and raised his eyebrows in confusion. What is it? Thales noticed that something was wrong. Saroma's face was completely red, and even the tips of her ears were red. It was especially conspicuous against her blonde hair. Why is she blushing? The last time I saw her like this was when she wore a formal dress for a banquet and came to ask for my opinion. What's going on? That. Saroma stared at him in a daze. She wanted to say something, but stopped. Her red face twitched slightly, as if she was very embarrassed. Her hesitant and timid demeanor reminded Thales of when she was young. Finally, under Thales' puzzled gaze, Saroma lowered her head gently and used her fringe to cover her face. She said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Nothing." The Archduchess did not speak anymore. She just stared at the table in a daze. Baffled, Thales shrugged. He still did not quite understand why Saroma was blushing. The prince shook his head and sighed at how strange women were. Just as he lowered his head and was about to scoop a spoonful of stew into his mouth, Thales's gaze swept past the spoon in his hand. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, the prince's heart trembled violently. The spoon in his hand fell on the dining plate and clanked back and forth. Thales sat where he was in a daze. He looked at the familiar spoon, and then at Saroma, whose face was so red that the tips of her ears could be seen. He felt incredibly awkward. He could not help but smile sheepishly. I wanted to remind you just now. Saroma's voice was so sharp and thin that it was almost inaudible. It's just that you were too fast. Thales felt a headache coming on. While he was glad that no one saw this scene, he used his last bit of rationality to swallow back the words, "It's okay. I don't mind," that were on the tip of his tongue. The atmosphere at the dining table instantly became very awkward. However, Saroma, who had just lowered her head, seemed to be dissatisfied when she saw Thales' reaction. She raised her gaze slightly. You did it on purpose, didn't you?" The young girl snorted softly. Ging said, "That's right." Thales slapped his head hard and stiffly changed the topic. "I remember now." Under the Archduchess' indignant gaze that said, "How dare you?" The second prince took out a small but exquisite rectangular wooden box from his chest pocket. There were simple decorative carvings on it. "Here," Thales said nonchalantly. He only wanted to use this matter to dilute the current awkwardness. Chapter 286. Saroma's eyes widened slightly. She took the exquisite box in surprise. She first looked at the smiling Thales in confusion, then gently opened it. Saroma saw what was in the box and raised her head in surprise. "When I wrote a letter to my country last year, I asked Gilbert and the others to get someone to make it. Today, Potre brought it over." Thales blinked proudly and grabbed the item in the box. "You know, the craftsmen in Constellation are of a better standard. I measured the curvature and thickness of the lenses according to their requirements. I hope there won't be any major mistakes, and I even prepared a few spare lenses. If there is a mistake, I'll have to polish the lenses again. Speaking of which, manual polishing is very expensive." Saroma inhaled and looked at the item in Thales' hands, which was obviously the product of meticulous craftsmanship. "Let me introduce the pince-nez." Thales smiled and picked up the new pair of glasses in his hands, which was completely different from the one on the girl's face. This pair of glasses was very strange. It did not have ear frames at all, and only one side of the frame was connected to a chain. The frame was very thin, and the nose cone was also slightly peculiar. Thales skillfully extended his left hand, stroked one side of Saroma's forehead, and removed the large and heavy pair of black-rimmed glasses from her face. It was as if he had practiced this thousands of times. But Saroma only stared at him blankly and let the prince take off her glasses without any resistance. She did not even care that her vision was greatly affected. It was as if she had experienced this thousands of times. Thales excitedly fiddled with the new glasses in his hands. He pressed it on the bridge of the girl's nose and touched the soft skin on her face with his fingers. Like this, I used a bit of the principle of air pressure to clamp it on my nose, and I can stabilize the glasses. There's no need for ear frames at all. Then put this chain in. Thales grabbed the thin chain at one end of the glasses and lowered his head, trying to find a pocket on Saroma's body to put it in. But he was embarrassed to find that the girl did not have any pockets on her body. The only gap was in front of her chest, which was tightly bound by her coat and corset at the same time. "It's fine if you don't put it in." The second prince awkwardly averted his gaze and stuffed the chain into her hand. It was the first time Saroma wore a pair of glasses without ear frames. She opened her mouth in surprise. She carefully held the delicate new frames, shook her head as if afraid they would fall, and then looked around. Thales observed the Archduchess' new appearance. The almost transparent pince-nez freed Saroma's face from the torture of the black-framed spectacles. At that moment, the young girl blinked with a puzzled gaze. She no longer looked as inflexible and stern as before. She looked rather charming and cute. Thales exhaled in satisfaction. He picked up Saroma's old glasses, which had been worn out a lot, and chuckled. After a few seconds, the girl finally got used to her new glasses. "Thank you." Saroma lowered her head, seemingly a little embarrassed. "You're welcome. I've been wanting to say this for a long time." The prince laughed and said, "As the leader of this land, Wearing those black-rimmed glasses doesn't make me look too serious. I look just like a frog, ha. To his surprise, Saroma was very calm. She was not agitated, excited, curious, or puzzled. Instead, "Hey, Thales." The girl propped up her glasses in a daze and stared into the distance. Thales raised his eyebrows. Selma lifted her head gently. Thales noticed that there was some redness around her eyes. It couldn't be. It's just a gift, and she's so touched. Thales, who was most afraid of seeing people cry, felt his heart skip a beat. "Thales," Saroma said softly, "do you remember that day 6 years ago?" Thales narrowed his eyes in puzzlement. "The day we first met. That night, that early morning, that morning." Her voice was illusory and indistinct, as if it came from afar. Thales frowned and remembered the past. That night, Neuven, Lampard, the blood-stained crown, the newborn Archduchess. Of course. His tone became unconsciously solemn as he stared at the young girl in front of him. "How could I forget that kind of experience? Because of you, Thales." Saroma looked at him seriously. "I became an Archduchess. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today." Thales was slightly startled. He was about to speak, but Saroma just shook her head. Her red eyes made Thales speechless. He felt a heavy weight on his chest. "But why did you mention this?" "You said," Saroma sniffled. With a faint nasal voice, she shot a faint, sorrowful gaze at Thales from behind her new glasses. "You said that you would always be by my side, that you would face it with me, that you would—" The corners of Thales' lips parted slightly. The prince took a deep breath and remembered what he once said. He subconsciously flashed a reassuring smile. "I will always protect you." Saroma did not speak. She only stared at the prince quietly. The surging emotions in her eyes made Thales rather uneasy. The two of them stared at each other quietly. After a long while, the heavy atmosphere was finally broken by the young girl's laughter. However, this laughter did not sound very happy to Thales. "Thank you. I'm sorry." There was a faint sense of disappointment in the young girl's voice. "It had nothing to do with you. I shouldn't have kicked you today." "Huh?" Thales first widened his eyes, then he scratched his head in puzzlement. Saroma's behavior today was somewhat beyond his expectations. The prince could only smile awkwardly with a puzzled expression. "It's okay." Thales sighed softly and shook his head helplessly. "After all, we're friends. Just like what you said, we live and die together." When she said this, Saroma trembled slightly. The Archduchess raised her head abruptly, as if she had made up her mind about something. "Thales." Saroma exhaled, and her words came to a halt. Today's State Affairs hearing, that Thales sensed something. What's wrong?" But at this moment, Saroma's eyes, which were staring straight at Thales, suddenly dimmed. It was as if she had let go of something. Thales stared at her in puzzlement. "What is this?" In the next second, Saroma's tone and rhythm returned to normal. The city of faraway prayers sent a messenger crow." She tilted her head and said, seemingly unbothered, "Rockne and his allies, the 3 archdukes in the north, want to invite me and Dragon Cloud City to sign a declaration against the king's decree and support their protest." "Oh, that's a good thing." Thales, who was filled with questions, recalled the major events in Ekstedt over the past few months. King Chapman's new decree of nobility in Black Sand region was met with almost unanimous opposition and condemnation from the entire country. He was probably in a terrible predicament right now. Teach Lampard a lesson. Yes. Saroma let out a muffled laugh, but her tone was a little gloomy. It's a good thing. Thales frowned as he stared at the sullen girl in front of him. Speaking of which, do you know that we'll soon have a new teacher? The prince asked tentatively. Putre invited him from Anlenzo dukedom. He said that he's a highly respected, but in the next moment, Saroma stood up abruptly. I'm full. You can continue. The Archduchess regained her tranquil and indifferent expression. Thales was shocked. But she's just... Tomorrow, the usual time, in the library. Saroma flashed a pale smile. A batch of new books has arrived. Don't forget, we'll read them together. Thales nodded subconsciously. The girl curled up the corners of her lips at him and nodded faintly. She clenched her fists and quickly walked out of the dining room. Thales was left alone, staring at the table full of food in a daze, bewildered. What's wrong? The prince stared blankly at the girl's back as she left. There seemed to be a faint scent of her body lingering on her seat. Thales suddenly realized that when Saroma left, she left the black-rimmed glasses on the dining table. She did not take them with her. Blood court. That night. You really don't know? In the room, Portray crossed his legs on the sofa. He puffed and puffed his pipe in a relaxed manner as he spoke to Thales, who had a solemn expression on his face. Of course, the Hall of Heroes on the day of the State Affairs hearing does not allow a foreign prince to sneak into it, Thales said a little anxiously. What happened in Dragon Cloud City's State Affairs hearing today? What does it have to do with the Archduchess, who usually doesn't speak? Portray clicked his tongue with a comfortable expression. All right, even though I can't get in, I still have some channels. Portray, if you know anything, tell me quickly. Thales sighed and urged him repeatedly. I'm really anxious. Thales could not help but reach out and gently clench the old glasses in his pocket. His heart felt a little heavy. Portray nodded and let out a soft snort. Listen to me, Your Highness, the former vice diplomat said faintly. Today, halfway through the State Affairs hearing in Dragon Cloud City, someone suddenly accused you. Thales raised his eyebrows. Accused who? The prince was a little surprised. He pointed at himself. Me? While observing Thales' reaction, Portray slowly said, Someone said that the young prince of Constellation forcibly occupied a civilian shop in Spear District for a game of chess. He did it once a month. Huh? Thales' mouth formed an O shape in shock. But I went to Spear District to play chess, including that chess room. But Portray continued speaking unhurriedly. During this period, the prince also encouraged his lawless subordinates to go to the forest on the outskirts of the city, which only belongs to the suzerain, to hunt wild rabbits. Thales was bewildered again. When the F***CK did I ask my subordinates to hunt wild rabbits? Wait, Thales thought of a certain figure under a cloak. He suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, his vision darkened, and he almost vomited blood. Anyway, it caused a huge uproar. Portray took a puff of his cigarette and snorted in satisfaction. He then continued. After the vassals in the State Affairs hearing heard about the enemy kingdom's prince's arrogant and despotic behavior in Dragon Cloud City, they were filled with righteous indignation and demanded from Regent Li Span. They demanded that you be punished accordingly for your crime, such as a harsher dungeon detention, Portray said with a chuckle. Or the whipping unique to Northland. Thales widened his eyes in disbelief. Crime? Then, the prince suddenly realized something. He cast a suspicious glance at Portray, who was smoking leisurely. Wait, your prince is about to be spanked. How can you still be so calm? Portray chuckled and shook his head in front of the slightly dissatisfied Thales. Don't be anxious, Your Highness. Your luck is as good as always. Something unexpected happened, Portray said in a nostalgic tone. For the first time in 6 years. The 15-year-old Archduchess Walton, who has always been quiet during the past State Affairs hearings. She actually stood up from her seat in agitation. Thales frowned. She stood up? The Archduchess of Walton shocked the four cities. She shouted, in the face of the vehement denunciations of almost all her vassals, that she would vouch for it on her reputation and authority. Portray said it lightly, but to Thales, it was so shocking. I guarantee that your actions were all approved by her. If you want to pursue responsibility, you should start with her. Thales was stunned. He stared at the empty space in a daze and said subconsciously, and then, Portray's expression darkened. He put down his crossed leg and sat up straight. And then, there was a blind viscount who publicly accused your lady. Portray heaved a long sigh. He said that she was so protective of a prince who was a hostage. Could there be something between the two of them? Thales listened to Portray's narration in a daze. He did not notice the special way his lordship addressed the girl, intentionally or otherwise. Of course, he was beaten black and blue by the angry Northlanders on the spot and chased out of the hall. What happened after that was ugly. I heard that the Archduchess lost her temper and smashed a stone cup. Regent Li Span almost lost control of the situation. For an outsider, I think the vassals of Dragon Cloud City probably have a worse impression of their ruler. After Poutre said this, he exhaled softly and blew out a ring of smoke. So, Thales subconsciously sat on the bed with a stunned expression. He touched his knee and remembered the girl's vicious kick. Today, he also remembered her abrupt words at the dining table. Her tearful tone. Because of me, but because of this, many of the vassals had unpleasant expressions on their faces. They suggested in unison that for the stability of Dragon Cloud City's rule, and for the continuation of the Walton family's bloodline, Thales sat in a daze. He did not realize that his breathing had begun to quicken. The Honorable Archduchess should choose a husband among the local vassals this year, get married, and have children. When Poutre's words reached Thales' ears, he actually felt a sense of isolation, as if they came from another room. The reason is too legitimate. Even Lee Span could not raise any objections. This is what happened to the hearing. I think, at least, it should be the part you want to know. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Poutre looked at the somewhat dispirited Thales thoughtfully and sighed softly. Your Highness, be prepared. Your friend, that poor little girl. Thinking of the past, the thin man clicked his tongue and shook his head. She's going to get married. Poutre's voice was very low, as if he was afraid of waking up someone who was sleeping. On the other side, Thales, who had been silent for a long time, had even forgotten how to react. Poutre quietly blew out a perfect and beautiful ring of smoke and quietly watched it drift away into the air. It was as if it had never existed. Only the person who blew out the smoke ring could remember how perfect it was at that moment. A few seconds later, Prince Thales Jadestar subconsciously turned his head and looked outside the window. You'll always be by my side. You will face it with me. You will, little rascal. He called out the name that he had not said for a long time in his heart, but it was as clear as ever. He stared in the direction of Heroic Spirit Palace in a daze. He felt his hands and feet go cold, and he felt lost. Chapter 287. Dragon Cloud City, Heroic Spirit Palace, Training Ground. Under the gazes of countless Heroic Spirit Palace guards and attendants, the sweating Thales swung the longsword in his right hand, lifted the shield in his left arm, spread his legs apart, and solemnly adopted the iron body style that he had practiced countless times. Even though he was preoccupied, the prince still had to carry out the necessary outdoor training every day. I don't know why you're still practicing this sword style. In front of him, the pale-faced former commander of the White Blade Guards lifted a heavy sword with a disdainful expression. Even when fighting against the orcs, our army's combat style has been reinvented for hundreds or even thousands of years. And your sword style of holding a sword and shield and waiting foolishly for people to beat you up. Are you going to keep talking nonsense? The prince said impatiently. I remember that this is outdoor training, not satirical poetry writing. Nicholas pursed his lips. His gaze was unhappy. The Star Killer's attitude towards the second prince, which was neither good nor bad, lasted for a whole 6 years, took a drastic turn for the worse after yesterday's State Affairs hearing. He began to scrutinize Thales with a hostile gaze and was extremely harsh towards the Constellatiate teenager during outdoor training. Of course, Thales later found out why. Thales shrugged, indicating that he could attack. In the next second, Nicholas widened his footsteps and swung his sword. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales' shield collided with Nicholas' heavy sword. The prince stepped forward and counterattacked with the long sword in his right hand, but Nicholas easily dodged it. If you really want to know, this sword style means a lot to me. Thales turned around and quickly aimed the tip of his sword at the enemy again. A strict teacher once told me that I have to at least practice it to the point where it looks like it. As he said this, the letter brought by Gilbert Topdell suddenly appeared in his mind. Madame Gines emphasized that you have to pay attention to your diet at this age. Don't be picky, especially when it comes to a balanced diet of various foods. Even the bitter vegetables from the western desert are of considerable value. You can try it. Gines' stern and straightforward image appeared in Thales' mind, and a thought flashed in his mind. Practice it to the point where it looks like it. Nicholas snorted coldly. Unfortunately, you didn't manage to do it. The Star Killer dashed forward, held his sword with both hands, and swung it down with the help of gravity. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, he almost knocked down Thales, who was struggling to support his shield. The prince gritted his teeth and felt the strength in Nicholas' sword gradually increase. As for those old friends of yours, please forgive me. I must tell you, ashamed and disappointed, that we still did not find them during the 10th search. Regardless of whether it was the female bartender from Sunset Pub or those child beggars, they're no longer in Eternal Star City. Although this is not the right time, I must suggest to you that perhaps your highness should give up on the search for them. First, the result may have already been decided, and second, a search as long as 6 years is really not in your favor. Where's the boldness you had when you snatched the book from me? The Star Killer roared furiously. Take it out. Don't make me feel like I'm sparring with an idiot. Thales lowered his body and twisted his hips with great effort to deflect the opponent's heavy sword. Then, he thrust his sword forward again. Perhaps you should redefine who snatched the book from whom. Hey! However, before the prince's sword could take effect, the Star Killer lowered his body and kicked Thales, who was changing his posture, so hard that he staggered. Outside the training field, Thales' attendant, Wuxia, stood by the side with his hand on his longsword. He sighed and said to the silver-masked Ralph, who was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, "You know, I'm not slandering the prince. In fact, he is the earliest child I have ever seen. But you have to admit that aside from being good at analysis and planning, when it comes to intense battles where fists hit flesh and blood are involved, he is really—" Wuxia looked at Thales, who was flustered and struggling in the training field, and shook his head. "He really lacks talent." Ralph frowned and looked at the chattering Wuxia with a displeased expression. This chatterbox. He has never stopped talking for 6 years. Is he treating me like a trash can? F***ck him. Ralph snorted in dissatisfaction. He did not even bother to turn his head as he stuck out his middle finger. But Wuxia did not care. He knew that Ralph, who could not speak, hated talkative people. However, if he could make the Phantom Wind follower unhappy and enjoy his irrefutable, angry gaze, why not? Just like how Ralph also liked to gloat when he saw Wuxia's clumsy appearance when he did not understand the prince's sign language. Wuxia disliked Ralph's casual and boorish street habits, and was also dissatisfied with the sign language that only he and the prince could understand. The Phantom Wind follower hated the attendant's confidence and self-awareness as the prince's only spokesperson, which he was. He also looked down on the attendant's almost fastidious attitude towards etiquette and addressing. That was right. Even though they had fought side by side many times, the two attendants of the prince, who were born into worlds apart, had never had a good relationship with each other. Wuxia continued to frown and said, if he had time and preparation, whether it was chess, negotiation, or even sword practice, the prince would undoubtedly be able to give a beautiful answer. But like this, when faced with a sudden attack, he would easily become flustered, nervous, and lose his composure. To be honest, he is a little like a new recruit, especially those ordinary civilians who are averse to blood and are not used to fighting. This is fatal in a battle. If you make a mistake at a critical moment, you will regret it for the rest of your life. At this moment, you could just say that Thales is not good at fighting. Putre walked to their side and watched the training in the field. Surprisingly, he did not take out his pipe. Your Grace. Wuxia nodded respectfully, while Ralph only shook his head symbolically. Is there any way to overcome this? Putre's eyes were bright. Is there a problem where Thales becomes flustered at critical moments and his mind goes blank? I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Wuxia turned his head around and looked at Thales, who was knocked to the ground for the second time. He sighed. Swordsmanship can be practiced and skills can be improved, but it is not easy to overcome the habits and character that have been around for many years. At this moment, Ralph suddenly raised his palm gently. With a sinister gaze, he made a throat-slitting gesture. Putre noticed Ralph and raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Wuxia looked at Ralph and narrowed his eyes slightly. I think the mute probably means I've heard in the tower that there's a quick way to develop combat instincts. Throw people into a battlefield where there's a slim chance of survival. Blood and death are the most efficient teachers. Over there, even a harmless sheep can turn into a ferocious dragon. Even the weakest warrior and the most unfamiliar recruit can quickly change their bad habits. Of course, the premise is that they don't die. And even supreme-class elites, whether it's the Star Killer or the Kingdom's Wrath, their extraordinary combat abilities were slowly accumulated through fighting and killing. It's impossible for them to reach supreme class if they train against wooden stakes and targets. Fail's eyes widened. Ralph snorted softly. It was unknown whether he agreed or disdained Poutre. Poutre furrowed his brows. Fails is not a Northlander. He is a prince of Constellation, a Jade Star, and may even become a king in the future. The former vice diplomat shook his head. He only needs to dabble in the atmosphere of the battlefield. Whether it is personally going into battle or fighting on the battlefield, it should not be a necessary skill for him. He also does not need to become supreme class. His duty is to move the chess pieces in his hands under the protection of thousands of soldiers and horses. Ralph mumbled something that no one could understand. Wyatt exhaled. But during the bloody year, even with the protection of heavy guards, the Jade Star royal family. At the mention of this word, Poutre suddenly turned his head. The atmosphere seemed to have turned cold in an instant. Be careful with your words. Poutre's sharp and rude gaze forced Wyatt's words back into his mouth. Do not make rash judgments about things that you do not understand, especially during the bloody year. And Jade Star. Wyatt looked at him, a little confused. Ralph snorted coldly, taking pleasure in Poutre's misfortune. I'm sorry, I should not have talked about the royal family. Wyatt, who was brought up in a noble family, apologized with great self-restraint. He sighed and found the next topic. Speaking of which, it seems that you plan to stay for a long time after returning to Dragon Cloud City this time. Your Grace? Poutre then shifted his attention back to the field. Yes, he said faintly. It may be a little longer than you think. Speaking of which, the prince once mentioned it to me. Wyatt frowned slightly. 6 years ago, where did you go? Poutre paused for a moment. 6 years ago, on the second day after King Chapman's coronation, it was also when Lee Span started to clean up the mess in Dragon Cloud City. Prince Thales was in a bad situation. Wyatt's seemingly idle chatter continued. But you left Dragon Cloud City in a hurry without even saying goodbye. Let's forget about that. After all, we've already reunited. Wyatt retracted his gaze and said a little worriedly, but what I'm more concerned about is, it's been 6 years. Why did you have to come back at this time? Why not earlier, when the prince had yet to gain a firm foothold, or later, when the prince had to face difficult problems such as marriage? Why did it have to be now? This makes me a little worried. Ralph also frowned. It was rare that he did not express his opinion on Wyatt's words. The corner instantly fell silent. Poutre lowered his eyelids. Slowly, he reached into his bosom and took out the old tobacco pipe that he had been using since 6 years ago. A long time ago, when I was still young, our teacher once said during our graduation, the skinny former deputy diplomat filled his tobacco at a leisurely pace, took out a flint and lit his pipe. Gilbert Casso has a big heart. When he looks at a problem, he is not confused by what is in front of him. He jumps out of the rut and grabs the main point beyond his sight. Perhaps he will be the kind of chess player who has great foresight, is good at long-term strategies and schemes. That's why that naive bastard always thinks too much. When he heard Poutre's incoherent reply, Wyatt raised his eyebrows in surprise. Huh, even if you don't admit it, Wyatt. Poutre inhaled a mouthful of smoke in satisfaction and said with a smile, there are still many things about you that are very similar to your father. For example, thinking too much. Wyatt seemed to have thought of something. He shut his mouth and turned around with an unpleasant expression. He did not pursue the matter further. In the field, Thales took 2 steps back. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Poutre and Wyatt, who had a strange atmosphere between them. While he was puzzled, he could not help but think of another point mentioned in Gilbert's letter. Your Highness, please trust Poutre as always, especially during this special moment. For your future, please trust him. Also, Please maintain the respect you deserve for that new teacher. Be humble and learn from him. He is probably the person I respect the second most in my life." Gilbert emphasized twice that he trusted Portray. Why? His sword flashed. Nicholas attacked again. This time, Thales, who had been retreating, finally got his chance. When Portray hit his shield for the third time, the prince blocked the attack and performed the breaking edge style that he had prepared for a long time. He went straight for the enemy's weakest left side, which made Nicholas' eyes brighten. Good idea. But immediately after, the Star Killer swung his heavy sword back and faced this sharp counterattack. Following the trajectory of his opponent's heavy sword, Thales struggled to swing the shield in his left hand and used all his strength to push away his opponent's counterattack. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Nicholas' heavy sword slashed across the surface of the shield. The wind brought about by the blade swept past Thales' hair. At that moment, Thales, who felt a chill run down his spine, shuddered. As this sense of imminent danger assaulted him, Thales felt an inexplicable shudder suddenly erupt from his spine and attack his brain. In the next second, that familiar yet unfamiliar fluctuation, the sin of Hell's River, surged out of his body uncontrollably and uncontrollably. It was like a startled beast that had suddenly woken up from hibernation. It was also like a sudden freezing storm that attacked every inch of his body, including his brain. It gave him the desire to risk everything. But the prince did not feel at ease at all. Thales felt the sin of Hell's River go berserk, and he was terrified. No, no. Chapter 288. Thales gritted his teeth fiercely and controlled his body's movements. Calm down, Thales. This is not a battle to the death. Asterisk bang. Asterisk in the next second, Nicholas skillfully avoided Thales' shield and struck his weapon with his sword. Thales felt the long sword in his hand tremble violently, and it instantly flew out of his hand. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Thales' long sword fell to the ground. He sighed and faced Nicholas' heavy sword, which was placed horizontally on his shoulder. He spread his arms to show his surrender. The battle was over. You really like to be absent-minded. The Star Killer withdrew his heavy sword and sneered mockingly. Just like in the past, you enjoy being absent-minded during battles? Thales flashed a resigned smile and did not retort. Only he knew that had come again just now. A year ago, Thales had encountered a similar situation during his training. A Northland warrior who was his sparring partner used a battle axe to split his shield. The fragments hit the prince's chin and neck. At that moment, when the artery on his neck was threatened, the sin of Hell's River surged out like a startled hedgehog. It made Thales, who was originally dizzy, quiver. He instinctively knew how to counterattack. He quickly threw away his long sword, turned around, and moved forward. At the moment the axe blade grazed his cheek, he squeezed the side of the enemy, and at the risk of being cut by the axe blade, he punched the enemy's throat. At that moment, Thales was like an enraged beast. There was only one thought in his mind: to fight. With the support of the sin of Hell's River, he might have been able to severely injure the opponent's throat cartilage with one punch. Then, the opponent's axe blade would have cut into his ribs, if Thales had not snapped out of his daze halfway through and given up on attacking. In the end, the warrior apologized profusely for not being able to control his strength and cutting the prince's arm. Everyone thought that it was a mistake during training. But at that time, only the frightened Thales knew that it was not a mistake. It was his own, a dangerous counterattack that he did not carry through to the end. At that moment, the frightened Thales deeply understood the nature of the sin of Hell's River for the first time. He had a preliminary understanding of Black Sword's words: do not treat it as a tool, but as a companion you can talk to. From then on, Nicholas decided to personally become Thales' sparring partner. Compared to other people, a supreme class fighter could control the rhythm and strength of a fight more perfectly, so that no unnecessary injuries would occur. From then on, Thales began to consciously be on guard against similar situations to prevent them from making a huge mistake. Back to the present. Thales touched his heart anxiously. He felt his blood surge, and he could not calm down. Just now, when the wind generated by Nicholas' sword swept past his forehead. The Sin of Hell's river was as restless as a wild beast whose territory had been invaded. It filled his leg muscles in a frenzy while it surged to his brain at high speed to numb his fear. It seemed to be urging him to throw away the shield and move his feet. Borrowing the agility released in that instant, he turned around and faced the enemy's blade. Take the risk to counterattack. As long as I counterattack, I can. Thales pressed his forehead and let out a long sigh. But he couldn't do that. The way he thought at that time, the way he fought, it was too exaggerated. It was simply a lose-lose situation. Black Sword didn't seem to have mentioned that the Sin of Hell's river had this kind of wildness when the power of eradication that never improved was activated. Thales shook his head and averted his gaze, trying to get rid of the thoughts in his mind. Hey, the Star Killer's dissatisfied voice traveled into his ears again. You'd better focus, Nicholas scolded coldly. Stop looking at her. The Star Killer's gaze was especially cold. Thales was shocked. Only then did he realize that he had unknowingly shifted his gaze to another pair of people who were practicing outdoors. Not far away from them was the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, Saroma Walton. She was dressed in a light hunting suit and was learning how to use a dagger to defend herself under Lord Justin's guidance. Her cheeks were sweaty and slightly red because of the exercise. Thales sighed. He knew that Nicholas had misunderstood the reason for his absent-mindedness. But Thales remembered the second to last paragraph in Gilbert's letter. Also, although I am very pleased with your political efforts to strengthen the diplomatic relations between the two countries, I would still like to remind you that in your interactions with Madame Walton, please clearly separate politics and personal feelings. If you can deepen your friendship with the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City through this, then no matter how expensive the hand-ground spectacle from Masterpunk's workshop are, they will still be worth it. However, if this friendship goes to a higher level, then it will be worth discussing. You must know that friendship is beautiful, but love is terrifying. Damn you, Gilbert, isn't he far away in Constellation? What kind of ridiculous rumors did he hear? However, Thales remembered what Poitras said yesterday and felt a little gloomy. That poor little girl is about to get married. Thales slowly bent down and picked up the sword on the ground. Why? Nicholas narrowed his eyes slightly. What? 6 years ago, when King Nuven passed away, why were you still willing to be loyal to him? Thales swung the sword in his hand and remembered that fateful night. He said solemnly, she was obviously not. You know what I am referring to. Saroma's identity, Saroma's marriage, the vassals of Dragoncloud's city, my identity. After thinking about what happened yesterday from start to finish, Thales felt that there was something fishy about it. Nicholas' expression changed. Be careful with your words, young prince. The Star Killer's cold tone began to be laced with faint hostility, especially in a city that is filled with hostility towards you. Thank you for the reminder. Thales shrugged nonchalantly and raised his long sword again. So, King Nuven can be considered to have succeeded. Now, the Walton family still rules Dragoncloud City, and you and Leaspan surround the Archduchess. But Saroma is an Archduchess with insufficient prestige. She'll even be forced by the local vassals to marry her and give birth to a local Walton heir. The prince gritted his teeth. Is this really what you, Leaspan, and King Nuven want? The next moment, Nicholas suddenly struck with his sword. Thales, who was prepared for this, calmly took a step back and prepared to deflect it with his shield. This time, Nicholas' heavy sword was eerily deflected before it hit the shield. It was as if he did not use any strength at all. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with a great force. The back of the sword swept Thales' left knee violently. Thales, who lost his balance, staggered and felt that he was about to fall to the ground. He was instantly shocked. The Sin of Hell's river surged up with a bang. But unexpectedly, long before the Sin of Hell's river took effect, the merciless Nicholas decisively threw away the heavy sword that had lost its momentum and punched him in the ribs. Sharp pain shot through him. It was followed by numbness. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Thales' shield and longsword both fell to the ground. Asterisk thud. His body also fell to the ground with a bang. Wuxia and the others who were watching the battle cried out in surprise. Fails, who was holding his abdomen, lay on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. His face was contorted and he curled up. Before the sin of Hell's River could react, he had completely failed. He instantly lost all ability to fight back. At that moment, Fail's hope of getting lucky, along with his pride, vanished. His little self-consolation of "I only suppressed the sin of Hell's River" was crushed under Nicholas' merciless attack. That's all for today. With a terrifying expression, the Star Killer snorted rudely and said, "Your movements are still a mess. There is no student more stupid than you. Also, what happens to the Archduchess has nothing to do with you." Nicholas threw down his last sentence, turned around coldly, and left. Wuxia and Ralph quickly followed him and helped Fails, who was drenched in cold sweat and whose lips had turned blue. He used his power of eradication in that last attack, right? That guy did it on purpose. Fails rubbed his ribs, which were aching badly, and said with difficulty, "Is that considered cheating? Bullying me because I don't have a power of eradication?" Wuxia and Ralph looked at each other. "When I have a power of eradication," Wuxia sighed softly. "With all due respect, Your Highness, the Northland military sword style is still a little ancient. Under normal circumstances, if you cannot awaken a corresponding power of eradication before the age of 18. Besides, even if you awaken a power of eradication, when you face an existence like the Star Killer, most likely, the unlucky Thales could only sigh." After the outdoor training ended, Thales went to Saroma's side in a few steps. As he stared at the red-faced girl who had just finished training, the prince once again ignored the dissatisfied gazes from Gings the female official and the two maidservants. He moved closer to her ear. "Saroma, listen," Thales said solemnly and gravely. "We need to talk in the afternoon. It's in the library." Saroma, who was tidying up her clothes, frowned. She habitually lowered her head and whispered, "Talk about what?" "It's about our ahem. Actually, it's about your marriage. I keep feeling that there's something." Saroma's expression instantly became unpleasant. The pince-nez on her face trembled slightly. The girl pouted and looked at Thales in dissatisfaction. "What's there to talk about? This has nothing to do with you." At this moment, a low and gentle voice that was filled with charisma came from behind him. "My lady, your grace." Regent Lispin's tone was so solemn that Thales could sense it even from 10 steps away. "I'm sorry to disturb you." Accompanied by his entourage, Regent Lispin, whose hair was white but his footsteps were still steady, slowly walked over with a solemn expression. The old regent stopped steadily in front of them. The count first swept a scrutinizing gaze over Thales, who was beside the Archduchess. The profound meaning in his gaze made the prince feel a chill run down his spine. Lispin then retracted his gaze and bowed respectfully to Saroma. Then, he nodded gently at Gings the female official. "Please change your clothes immediately. You need formal attire." Saroma frowned slightly. "Now," Lispin nodded. "We have a very important guest who needs to be received immediately." Thales' heart sank. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Saroma took a deep breath. Following her habit of 6 years, she also respectfully returned the salute. "Of course." Thales shut his mouth. He was a little annoyed. "Looks like I can only wait until the afternoon." But his thoughts were interrupted. "Please change your clothes immediately, Prince Thales." Regent Lispin's gaze fell on him again. Thales' heart almost skipped a beat. "What?" The prince widened his eyes in surprise. "I have to go as well." This time, Regent Lispin's gaze seemed to have softened a little. It was no longer the polite but indifferent scrutinizing gaze from before. Instead, it was a reminder and warning filled with worry. "The guest this time has specifically requested to meet you," Lispin said casually. "Ooh." Thales narrowed his eyes. Lispin's expression did not change, but he clenched his fists tightly. "I believe that you are no stranger to them." The count enunciated each word clearly. The second assistant advisor of the Imperial Conference, King Chapman's goosekeeper, Viscount Lassikenfida of the city of Halton. the king's personal guard and administrator, the deputy commander of the White Blade Guards, Lady Crochmerk. Both of them have arrived at Dragon Cloud City this morning. At that moment, Saroma and Thale's expressions changed. When they heard the Count's words, Nicholas, who was wiping his hands in the distance, Ralph and Wuxia, who were leaning against the wall and chatting, were all stunned. They brought King Chapman's greetings and concern, as well as important information. Lisbon's words were filled with coldness and wariness. They want to convey the message to you in person. At that moment, Thales, who could not hide the strange expression on his face, subconsciously turned his head and looked at Poutre, who was beside him. He wanted to ask for his opinion. However, the thin lord was still smoking his pipe leisurely. His expression did not change. He did not seem surprised. Chapter 289. In the corridor of Heroic Spirit Palace, Thales tidied his sleeves with a headache, trying to straighten the 9-pointed star emblem on his upper arm to his shoulder as he walked beside Saroma. Based on the experience of the past 6 years, don't the king's envoys usually only come when the seasons change? The second prince said, feeling vexed and worried. And they usually come to check on you, to check on your situation. Saroma nodded absent-mindedly. She looked at the flustered Thales, sighed, and rolled her eyes. She extended her hand to help him straighten the emblem on his shoulder and said in annoyance, to make sure that a certain unlucky prince is still in his pet cage. Oh, Thales frowned and snorted expressionlessly. Thank you for the reminder. Behind him, Count Lisban coughed softly. The regent quietly extended his hand and pressed on Thales' shoulder, as well as monitoring, reminding, and warning Dragon Cloud City that we are the greatest threat in King Chapman's eyes. Lisban pushed him 2 steps away without a trace and said solemnly, even when the Waltons lost their throne and the people of Dragon Cloud City were in a state of panic, this never changed. Especially when the future of Jadestar and the Waltons is in Dragon Cloud City. Thales raised his eyebrows and looked at Lisban, who had unknowingly walked between him and Saroma. When it came to dealing with Thales, Count Lisban's attitude had always been full of alienation and vigilance. There was even hostility that was difficult to ignore. However, when it came to Black Sand Region and King Chapman, this vassal and assistant that Nuven trusted the most when he was alive showed rare trust and kindness toward a common enemy. He even reminded Thales from time to time that they were on the same side. Thales remembered what Poutre had once told him. If I remember correctly, Rockney and his allies from the city of Faraway Prayers are waving their flags and shouting war cries, denouncing the king's disrespect for tradition throughout the entire territory. That seems to be the top priority for Chapman to worry about, and not 2 powerless brats? Saroma rolled her eyes at him. So this is the interesting part. Lisban did not seem to understand Thales' sarcasm. He swept his gaze over the 2 teenagers. Guess why they're here? Thales exhaled. Win over Dragon Cloud City. Fight for support for Lampard's pitifully poor reputation in the country. And fight against Rockney and the other opposers? Saroma's expression darkened, but she immediately took a deep breath and tried her best to put on a solemn and indifferent expression, just like she did for the past 6 years. Then they have the wrong idea. Dragon Cloud City is the most unlikely force to stand with him. We all know what happened 6 years ago. No one can forget. Thales recalled that night and could not help but smack his lips. He sighed and said, so this is what I am worried about. Lisban snorted coldly. His gaze was filled with vigilance. We will find out. The next moment, they turned a corner. Nicholas and Justin, who had been waiting in front of them for a long time, nodded at them and pushed open a door that both Thales and Saroma were very familiar with. The Prince of Constellation walked behind the Archduchess and the Regent under the protection of his personal guards behind him and on both sides. He stepped into the oval stone hall, which had a solemn atmosphere. The Hall of Heroes had changed a lot compared to 6 years ago. The biggest difference was that the heavy, rectangular table that represented the king and the 9 archdukes had been removed. It seemed to have disappeared from history along with the reign of the born king. There was only one simple and heavy chair made of cedar wood in the hall, which was located on the 3rd flight of steps. The famous Soul Slayer pike was still lying quietly on the rack on the fireplace at the back of the hall. Thales consciously stopped in front of the steps under the chair. Nicholas and Leespan, on the other hand, went up one step before they turned around to face the hall. Only the Archduchess lifted her skirt with a serious expression and walked up the steps step by step towards the chair. The prince watched with complicated emotions as Saroma skillfully and anxiously sat on the chair that was almost as wide as 4 or 5 people. It was the chair that belonged to the suzerain of Dragon Cloud City. She first carefully placed her arms on the armrests on both sides like a kitten that had stepped into an unfamiliar territory. Then, she took a deep breath, straightened her back, and puffed out her chest. With a forced arrogance and aloofness, she raised her head and looked at the hall. Like a lion cub that had just learned how to walk, she let out an immature roar at the pride of lions. But, judging from the girl's expression, it was probably not very comfortable to sit on it. It's been 6 years. She's still not used to it. Because of me, she sat on this seat. Because of me, she had no choice. Saroma seemed to sense something. The girl turned her head stiffly to look at Thales. There was an uneasiness in her eyes that only the prince could understand. For a moment, Thales did not dare to look at the chair and its owner. He turned his head slightly and stared at the floor tiles with a gloomy expression. The next moment, the herald's sonorous and melodious voice rang in the hall. The Viscount of the City of Halting Light from Black Sand region, the king's special envoy and goosekeeper, and the second assistant advisor of the Imperial Conference, Lessa Kentvita. The atmosphere in the Hall of Heroes instantly became tense. Nicholas intentionally or unintentionally flung the hilt of the sword on his back to his right shoulder. Leespan, on the other hand, put his hands behind his back out of habit. The guards on both sides puffed out their chests and raised their heads. They pursed their lips tightly. Even the veteran personal guards who had served as white blade guards subconsciously adjusted their breathing and put on the most serious and fierce expressions. They knew who the newcomers were. As the sound of 2 footsteps drew closer, a man and a woman appeared at the entrance of the Hall of Heroes. Thales narrowed his eyes. It had been 6 years since they last met. Kentvita, King Chapman's #1 strategist, the tall Viscount who once escorted the prince to Dragon Cloud City with 2,000 soldiers, appeared to have matured a lot. Compared to his military attire back then, he was currently dressed in plain clothes, but his footsteps were still agile. Coupled with his polite smile that seemed to be examining him, Thales could not help but feel that he was more difficult to deal with than before. But the person who attracted the most attention was not him. Kentvita's companion walked past the herald, but stopped. What's wrong? It was a female warrior with a buzz cut, fully equipped with light armor. Her presence was in no way weaker than Kentvita's. The long sword hanging from her waist had a familiar white hilt. The female warrior turned her sharp gaze and stared straight at the herald at the entrance. Don't you have the habit of registering female guests? At the far end of the hall, the few people around Saroma looked at the entrance curiously. The herald stared back at the female warrior warily, but he did not show any signs of weakness. He snorted softly through his nose. Welcome to Northland. The female warrior chuckled. Is that so? Even though all of you have been ruled by a woman for 6 years? The herald furrowed his brows, as though he was choked by this sentence. Kentvita, who was walking in front, had no choice but to stop. Esh! He placed a hand on his forehead and said softly to his companion in a rather resigned manner. It's all right. The female warrior did not seem to hear Kentvita's reminder. She continued to stare at the disdainful herald. I'll do it myself. The next second, the round-faced female warrior turned around and faced the entire hall. She stared straight at the other end of the hall and said loudly without hesitation, the deputy commander of the White Blade Guards from Peck Village in Flatiron County, Dragon Cloud City, and Flatiron County, King Chapman's administrator and personal guard, Lady Kroshmerk. I'm here to seek an audience with the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City. The female voice was mellow and bright. It echoed in every corner of the hall. Even Thales, who was standing at the other end of the hall, could hear this voice clearly. The expressions of the personal guards on both sides of the hall changed. They stared in surprise at the deputy commander of the White Blade Guards who had registered herself, as though they were looking at a rare object in a market. Thales furrowed his brows slightly, but then the corners of his lips curled up. A lady has an audience with the Archduchess. Could the Northlanders have imagined this scene 6 years ago? Have you learned it now? Croce raised her eyebrows and calmly stared at the herald, who was so surprised and bewildered that he could not speak. She snapped her fingers in front of him without bothering to hide it, startling the dazed herald. And, welcome to Northland. The herald stared at her in a daze. He could not react for a long time. Viscount Kentvita sighed. He closed his eyes and urged the person behind him with a pitiful tone. Hish! But before he could finish speaking, Croce pushed him mercilessly on his shoulder, and he staggered forward. Focus on what you need to do. The female warrior strode forward again and snorted coldly. And don't call me that again. Kentvita, who was caught off guard and pushed, smiled awkwardly. He turned around and waved at the herald in embarrassment. Sorry, Esh has always been a little hot. With a cold expression, Croce pushed him again. The Viscount could only smile and compromise. He straightened his clothes and walked into the hall. In the distance, Saroma furrowed her brows and stared at the two people who had just caused a commotion. Did they do it on purpose? Leaspan shook his head. I don't know, but at least the Viscount did not deliberately stop them. This explains a lot of things. Thales shrugged. He stared at Croce from afar and could not help but lament, but she's really a special lady, especially in Northland. Elegant and bold. I can't help but be amazed. The prince stared at Croce in a daze as she walked elegantly. He could not help but think of Sonia Cecere, the fortress flower who laughed boldly in a pool of blood and played with his hair. In the next moment, Thales realized that the three people on the stairs were looking at him with strange expressions. The prince's smile faded and he coughed softly. I'm sorry. Kentvita and Saroma finally stood 5 meters away from the main seat. The Viscount stared at the young Archduchess with great interest. Saroma silently endured his gaze. Her grip on the chair grew tighter and tighter. Count Leaspan furrowed his brows slightly. Good day, Madam, Miss Archduchess Walton. Viscount Kentvita bowed slightly, as if he did not feel the tense atmosphere in the hall. Please allow me to convey the king's greetings and blessings. I wish that everything goes smoothly in your reign in Dragon Cloud City. Thales clearly felt that this etiquette was not very respectful. In comparison, Croce's bow was more sincere. Saroma nodded slightly. She first glanced at Leaspan and said cautiously and emotionlessly, Of course, please also convey my gratitude to His Majesty. She leaned back in her chair and said nothing else. Viscount Kentvita's eyes moved. He swept his gaze past the silent Archduchess and the stern-looking Leaspan. A profound smile appeared on his face. I don't seem to see those familiar, important ministers of Dragon Cloud City. The Viscount looked around in a dignified manner. Were the counts other than Regent Leaspan? Wasn't yesterday the day of the state affairs hearing? This is not an official diplomatic mission, Leaspan himself answered. The former prime minister said coldly, There is no need to alarm them. Is this really all right? Kentvita put on a slightly surprised expression. I heard that they were still discussing the Archduchess marriage yesterday. I heard that Count Hurst and Count Nazir are both good candidates for the Archduchess' husband. Yet, when the king's special envoy came, they left them behind. Thales' breathing instantly froze. You're really well informed. Only the direct vassals of Dragon Cloud City would know so accurately. Count Leaspan quickly followed up after a barely noticeable moment of astonishment. His tone was unfriendly. Could it be that you've bribed another rat in the Hall of Heroes? Kentvita laughed. How would I dare? The vassals of Dragon Cloud City have always been loyal. Why would they be bribed by us? I'm just saying that the rats in the palace are infested with rats, Leaspan replied without a trace. Why would you think of vassals? Kentvita raised his eyebrows. Seal Leaspan, the former prime minister who served the kingdom for decades, the born king's most capable assistant, and the man who was once known as the Eye of the Dragon. He lived up to his name. He was a difficult opponent, and he became even more determined as he aged. It's been years since we last met. I'm glad to see that you're healthy and healthy." The next second, Kent Vita cast his gaze on the only teenager with a 9-pointed star emblem in the hall without hesitation. He flashed a smile. "On behalf of the king, may I ask how you've been?" Prince Thales, Leespan, and Nicholas furrowed their brows at the same time. They looked at Thales. Saroma blinked. Amidst her surprise, she actually breathed a sigh of relief. She seemed to be a little glad that the prince shared the burden of the opening scene. Thales furrowed his brows. He endured the stares from everyone present, especially from Leespan. With a face full of suspicion, he stared back at the smiling Kent Vita. "Damn it. This guy, he makes it sound like I'm very familiar with Lampard. Even though I'm indeed very familiar with him. It's true that we haven't seen each other for many years, Viscount Kent Vita, but..." Thales braced himself and said, "I'm healthy and healthy. Why do your words sound like you're comforting those old people who are about to die soon?" The aloof Saroma snickered. Kent Vita's polite and complacent smile froze on his face. Beside him, Croce did not bother to hide it. She seemed to be mocking Kent Vita. Coincidentally, Count Leespan, who usually did not smile much, actually laughed coldly in cooperation with him at that moment. "You're still as eloquent as before." Kent Vita looked around at the hostile gazes around him and had no choice but to put away his smile. He said stiffly, "His Majesty misses you very much, Your Highness. He often mentioned that you still owe each other a glass of wine." Thales sighed in his heart again. Lispan's gaze swept towards him again. 18 years ago, my Uncle Herman died from a glass of poison wine." The prince scratched his head. "Owe each other a glass of wine. Are you sure these are the king's exact words?" Kent Vita shut his mouth. "Looks like His Majesty is right. This journey of ours will be very interesting." At this moment, Count Leespan laughed. "Cut the useless nonsense and provocations, and get straight to the point. As the Night Falcon of Black Sand region, Viscount Kent Vita, who has risen to fame in recent years, why have you come?" The regent's laughter rang through the entire hall. "Night Falcon? Can't you Northlanders come up with a slightly more imaginative nickname?" Thales could not help but ridicule in his heart when he remembered that Duke Arun's nickname was Iron Eagle. Leespan tilted his head and sized up Kent Vita. "King Chapman wouldn't have sent you just to sow discord when he is in a terrible predicament because of Rocknee's alliance against the king, right?" There was an indescribable majesty in the count's voice. It reminded Thales of the born king who had passed away many years ago. "You can't save your king, who is in dire straits and in constant trouble, with just your glib tongue. So, what important information did you bring?" Kent Vita raised his head. The smile on his face gradually faded. His gaze on Leespan slowly became serious. "I must admit that a small disagreement has arisen between the archdukes and His Majesty." Thales sneered in his heart. "A small disagreement? But I believe that we can stand together for the common future of Extensions, for the common glory and disgrace of Exted. No matter what difficulties and obstacles we face, we can work together to overcome them." Viscount Kent Vita's expression turned cold. He uttered a sentence that moved the expressions of all the people present. "Like now." Thales' heart skipped a beat. "Now? Wait." He said that for the common glory of Exted. That means the silence in the hall lasted for a few seconds. The shrewd and perceptive Count Leespan had already realized something. Common glory and disgrace? The old count stared intently at Kent Vita's expression. He enunciated each word clearly and slowly said, "What is it?" He immediately jumped to the conclusion he came up with. "Is there going to be a war?" Thales' eyelids twitched. Kent Vita raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was surprised by the count's answer. What made Thales rather uneasy was that in the next second, Kent Vita smiled and said, he nodded. "Wake, farewell, funeral, cremation, burial." Up until now, the funeral for his grandmother's funeral had gone smoothly. Tomorrow was the 7th day of her death. After some traditional worship ceremonies and banquets, even if the funeral was held, the matter would come to an end. When I was guarding the memorial tablet, I took some time to write this chapter. Thank you, my readers, for your understanding and support over the past week. There were probably no other books that could remain in the top 10 bestsellers list of fantasy novels after not updating for 6 consecutive days. Of course, the kingdom had its fair share of twists and turns this week. The plagiarism incident had just ended when the book encountered another supernatural incident. On the 11th of July, between 12:30 p.m. and 14:30 p.m., the kingdom's bloodline received more than 500 negative 3-star reviews on Chidian's PC page by a bunch of Smurfs who had 0 fan points. Swordless could only express that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The editor also said helplessly, "I'm probably being targeted, and it's allowed by the rules. Even the technical back end can't do anything about it. I can only spread my hands and wait for the day when my rating drops to 0. Sigh. Haha, just kidding." Just like Thale's experience, Swordless Sword believed that only blazing fire could forge true steel, and only by constantly updating could a good chapter be written. What's more, it was just over 500 negative reviews. This was still far from the raging fire. Patting the commenter's shoulder earnestly. The revolution has not succeeded yet. Comrades, you still need to work hard. Everyone, wait for my return. If I was guarding the memorial tablet alone, preparing to continue the incense. Chapter 290. It's information from the West. Kent Vita puffed out his chest and put on a stern expression. 3 days ago, our friends in the West held a closed-door secret meeting. At least 3 elders suggested that it was time to renegotiate and adjust the amount of goods and contributions to Extet every year. The West. At that moment, Lispin's pupils contracted. You mean the Alliance of Freedom? The Alliance of Freedom on the Golden Passage, southwest of the city of faraway prayers? When he heard this term, Nicholas suddenly raised his head. His expression was unpleasant. Kent Vita nodded expressionlessly. Even though the Alliance of Freedom has yet to make a final decision, and the elders' positions are still wavering, Kent Vita said coldly, and there was a chilling tone in his words that made others fear him. But without a doubt, when they dare to have this idea pop up in their stupid and cowardly minds and bring up the motion on the round table where Prince Soria tested his blade, Extet's dignity has already been violated. Once Kent Vita finished speaking, he closed his mouth and quietly waited for a response. Thales noticed that the Northlanders, whether they were personal guards like Nicholas and Justin, or high nobles like Leespan, all held their breaths for a moment. The air in the hall seemed to have frozen for a moment because of this sentence. But the Alliance of Freedom, not Constellation. Thales exhaled. Fortunately, it was not the part he was most worried about. He cast a puzzled glance at the female archbishop, but Saroma only shook her head quietly with a slightly worried expression. Obviously, she had some understanding of this term. A few seconds later, Count Leespan slowly raised his head. His gaze drifted into the distance as he recalled the extraordinary years of the past. But his words were filled with an unquestionable might. 20 years ago, we generously taught these children in the Golden Corridor that they should abide by their duties. Under the great dragon's wrath, even the white elves who prided themselves on their nobility could not protect them. Did the children of the Alliance not learn this lesson? Kent Vita sneered. There was a profound meaning in his gaze. Obviously, compared to 20 years ago, the children seemed to have an illusion that Extet, which does not have a born king, is kinder. A cold glare appeared in Viscount Kent Vita's eyes. It's time to teach them another lesson. Behind him, Croce chuckled. The hall fell into silence. What was going on? Extet and the Alliance of Freedom? Without batting an eyelid, Thales recalled the geographical knowledge he learned from the Northland nobles' courses over the past 6 years. Of course, it was centered around Extet. The prince once jokingly called it the world in Extet's eyes. After the Battle of Eradication, the western border of the Great Desert of the Western Peninsula became a peaceful and pure land during the early stages of the calendar of eradication because it was far away from the conflict between the two new powers of power, Constellation and the Dragon. It became a peaceful and pure land during the early stages of the calendar of eradication. Kingdoms and cities of various sizes were built there, forming a long belt that spanned across many forces of power in the Western Peninsula from north to south. In the east was the desert interior and the rocky valley. In the north was the northern sea kingdom and Northland. In the west was the Devil's Sea and the Sea of Despair with its countless ports. In the south was the dragon-kissed land and Thornland on the long corridor coast. In the southeast was the twin fog seas and even Constellation. Before the gradual rise of the Camus Union in the several continental wars, this corridor was known for having many small countries along the way. The various powers were separated and autonomous, far away from the influence of powerful countries. When a few cities further to the west, later known as the Camians, began to trade in the peninsula, they called this complicated overland corridor that was connected to various countries and filled with trade goods the Golden Corridor. The Alliance of Freedom that Kent Vita and Lee Span mentioned was located at the northeastern end of the Golden Corridor. It was adjacent to the city of Faraway Prayers in the west of Ekstedt in the east, and Good Flow City in the west of Camus Union. If one was a little more daring, they could even reach Constellation's western desert hill by going southeast through a stretch of desert. For a relatively long period of time, this land, which was the end of the Golden Corridor, was in chaos. It was only after the Fourth Peninsular War that the Alliance of Freedom, which was ruled by many powers in a compromise, appeared. In the past 100 years or so, the Alliance of Freedom had managed to maintain its existence amidst the complicated situation where many internal and external forces intertwined with each other. It was obvious from Lisbon's words that the Alliance of Freedom had sided with Ekstedt in the most recent battle. The Northlanders, who were at the height of their power, had relied on their terrifying achievements in subduing Constellation and Camus Union with violence to seize influence and dominance over the Alliance of Freedom. They had also occupied a large amount of benefits in the northernmost part of the Golden Corridor. So, if the Alliance of Freedom is trying to break away from Ekstedt's control, Thales thought, Lampard wants to start a war towards the west. But the people led by Archduke Rockne are clearly criticizing his rule. Does the king still expect to use this arduous and unrewarding battle to clear his name? Since that scene 6 years ago, the conflict between the king and the archdukes has long been irreconcilable, hasn't it? Viscount Kent Vita raised his head and looked at Saroma, who seemed to be deep in thought. My lady, this is King Chapman. His Majesty asked me to bring you important information. The dignity of Northlanders can only be protected with blood. Kent Vita's gaze focused, and there was a faint sense of oppression in him. What is Dragoncloud City's attitude towards this? In the face of Kent Vita's seemingly polite but aggressive question, Saroma furrowed her brows. At that moment, Thales saw a flash of helplessness and hesitation in her eyes. But the young girl quickly coughed softly and looked at Regent Leespan out of habit. Count Leespan was silent for a long while. It must have been difficult for you to obtain information. Finally, the regent raised his profound gaze, which seemed to carry a weight of 1,000 pounds. Black Sand region is clearly far away from the desert and the Golden Corridor, but you actually reacted to such a major matter earlier than the city of Faraway Prayers, which is right next to the Alliance of Freedom, and even sent someone to inform us earlier. Is it Archduke Rockne's oversight? Or are you being too considerate? Leespan especially emphasized the word considerate. The moment he said this, Thales could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Viscount Kent Vita's expression also changed slightly. He sized up Count Leespan again. I see. The Prince of Constellation figured out the suspicions of the envoys from Black Sand region. They should not be the ones to inform us about this matter, and they should not be so enthusiastic. Behind Kent Vita, Croce snorted softly and said coldly, Of course, we have to live up to his ambitions and grand plans when we serve a king who aspires to travel far and wide. Kent Vita curled up the corners of his lips and nodded slightly at Croce. However, the female warrior did not even look at him. She only stared at the Archduchess. Leespan snorted indifferently. Let's not talk about Ekstedt's influence on the Golden Corridor for now. Count Leespan straightened his back slightly, and his tone was solemn. The Alliance of Freedom is connected to abundant commercial goods and huge profits. It is also adjacent to the city of Faraway Prayers. Once it breaks away from our control, the one who will suffer the most and worry the most should be Archduke Rockne. Am I right? You are really generous to trouble yourselves for his sake. In the increasingly depressing atmosphere of the meeting, the Count directly pointed out the doubtful point. Kentvita smiled faintly. The Rockne family and the city of faraway prayers' losses are Extet's losses. However, Leespan interrupted him loudly. Even if Archduke Rockne is tirelessly and clearly denouncing King Chapman's rule, even if he calls for us to refuse to pay taxes to the king and that traitor who does not respect tradition, Kentvita seemed to be angered as well. His originally smiling expression turned cold. Extensions are inseparable. We are bound together for good or ill. This is the future that His Majesty the King hopes for and works hard for. Of course, we hope that Archduke Rockne can understand his painstaking efforts, and we hope that you can understand as well. This is indeed an interesting piece of news. Count Leespan looked like he was prepared to shoulder all the pressure from the Archduchess so that the overwhelmed Archduchess could relax. The Kinslayer is actually a patriot. The moment Count Leespan uttered that nickname without hesitation, Kentvita and Croce's expressions turned cold at the same time. Thale sighed inwardly. Kinslayer. This is probably a stain and shadow that Lampard will never be able to get rid of for the rest of his life. Thales recalled Chapman Lampard's expression in the firelight. Compared to other people's opinions, the bigger shadow should be in his own heart. This could be said to be the brand that King Neuven left for Lampard, a brand that would accompany him for the rest of his life. Believe me, King Chapman has always placed Extet's dignity and interests in his heart. Kentvita's expression was ice cold. I cannot tell you how much His Majesty wanted to gather all of Extet's military forces and tear down the Alliance of Freedom city walls to serve as their tombstones the moment he received the news. But Leespan snorted angrily without holding back. Put those pretty words away. The old regent's tone was very calm, but it seemed to contain a pressure that made it hard for people to breathe. When Archduke Rockne of the city of faraway prayers leads the heroes of the city and appeals to the entire country to get ready to revolt against the king's unjust actions, the Alliance of Freedom to the west of the city of faraway prayers inexplicably became internally unstable and caused trouble for Rockne. Thales could not help but furrow his eyebrows at Lispan's straightforward attitude, but the prince could not figure out Kentvita's intentions. This is a fight between the king and Rockne, but why did he deliberately inform Dragoncloud City? Does King Chapman still expect Dragoncloud City to stand on his side? Rockne has to choose, right? Leespan removed his hands from his back and crossed them in front of his chest. He took a step forward and stared at Kentvita, who was at the foot of the stairs. In the name of justice, if he wants to solve his immediate worries and protect his prestige as the Archduke of the city of faraway prayers, he must give up on protesting and opposing Chapman. He must even work with the king. Only then will he be free to deal with the internal strife of the Alliance of Freedom and seize back the interests that belong to the city of faraway prayers. Kentvita was silent for a few seconds. I do not understand what you mean, Your Grace. Leespan snorted coldly. We're all Northlanders. Let's not play the Constellationates politics of the Empire. Constellationates? Politics of the Empire? Thales could not help but raise his eyebrows. The prince swore that he saw the corners of Saroma's lips curl upwards. Tell me, Leespan said sternly, if Rockne does not make a choice that meets your expectations, how will King Chapman react? Kentvita stared at Leespan for a few seconds. In the end, the envoy of Black Sand region laughed. I believe that His Majesty still has to respect the joint ruling pledge. After all, the Alliance of Freedom is the closest to the city of faraway prayers. So, when it comes to handling matters related to the Alliance, he respects Archduke Rockne's attitude. He also respects the interests and autonomy of the city of faraway prayers even more. Condemning those children is one thing, but recklessly meddling in the Archduke's internal affairs is undoubtedly unwise. Hey! Leespan shouted sarcastically. At this moment, our king actually remembered the joint ruling pledge and remembered that this is the internal affairs of the archdukes. Kent Vita did not answer. He only bowed slightly, and the regent shut his mouth. The hall regained its strange silence. Thale saw Nicholas furrowing his eyebrows tightly, while Saroma seemed to be deep in thought. Strange. In this strange audience, Thales quickly found a few suspicious points that he could not figure out. Black Sand region mentioned the Alliance of Freedom, but according to Leespan, this was just one part of the game between King Chapman, Archduke Rockney, and the other opposers. But what does this have to do with Dragon Cloud City? Why did Lampard send someone to inform Saroma about this? More importantly, what does this have to do with me and Thales Jade Star? If what Gilbert said about there are no meaningless words in diplomacy and testing our footsteps and strength is true, Thales frowned. He had too little information. A few seconds later, Count Lispan's expression changed. He raised his gaze. I know why you came to Dragon Cloud City. The Count became solemn. And what happened yesterday, Leespan narrowed his eyes. You sent Dragon Cloud City into the eye of the storm. What? Sent Dragon Cloud's City into the eye of the storm? Thales was slightly stunned. He could not keep up with their train of thought. Obviously, he was not the only one who did not understand Lispan's words. Saroma widened her eyes. This was the usual behavior of a young girl when she was confused. The young girl and the teenager looked at each other. They saw the doubt and puzzlement in each other's eyes. Eye of the Dragon, seal Leespan. Kent Vita's expression became completely serious. He looked at his opponent again. As expected, you live up to your reputation. At that moment, Thales had a feeling that today's meeting was a confrontation between Leespan and Kent Vita. It was a game of chess that only they could understand. What's in the audience here, my lady? Leespan said coldly. Saroma stared at Leespan in a daze, but she still nodded obediently. Are you sure? Kent Vita sneered. This concerns the great dragon's honor and disgrace, and His Majesty is waiting for the Archduchess' reply. The Viscount added meaningfully, and not the regent's reply. Thales sighed in his heart. That's enough. You know better than anyone else how this will proceed. Leespan stared at Kent Vita with a cold expression. He did not even bother to maintain a friendly facade. The Archduchess will give you an answer, but not now. The Count said coldly. At least, not before the city of faraway prayers sends an envoy to visit. Kent Vita inhaled and regained his calm expression. He bowed slightly. Then we shall take our leave, Your Grace, the Viscount of Black Sand region said softly. By the way, Kent Vita cast a meaningful glance at the slightly puzzled Saroma. He said, the new spectacles are very beautiful. Saroma could not help but change her expression. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. The regent's gaze on him was very oppressive. Count Leespan snorted coldly. Enough said, Your Grace. Kent Vita smiled, bowed slightly to the Prince of Constellation intentionally, and turned to leave. At that moment, Star Killer, my superior, sent his regards. Croche, who had been silent all this while, suddenly raised her head and looked at the warrior on the other side of Leespan. That knife is really difficult to use. Those were his exact words. On the stairs, Nicholas sneered. This knife is quite useful. The Star Killer shook his head. What a pity. Croche nodded and turned towards the Archduchess' seat. Your Grace, please take care. She stared at Saroma with a gentle and hopeful gaze, causing Thales to be slightly startled. Ah, thank you for your kindness, Saroma answered subconsciously. Please believe that your weight and value are far greater than you imagine. The female warrior seemed to only want to finish what she wanted to say. Croche said softly, no matter what, your existence is a miracle that has not been seen in Northland for 1,000 years. You are the flag that allows us to move forward. Please seize the power that belongs to you, be independent, and become a true Archduke of Ekstedt, because you are not inferior to anyone else. After saying this, Croche bowed deeply. Then, ignoring Saroma, who had yet to react, she turned and left resolutely, following Kent Vita's footsteps. The hall was filled with astonishment and solemnity. Chapter 291. Even though Thales was baffled by the baffling meeting with Leespan, and the confrontation between Li Span and Kent Vita under the table was also filled with suspicious points. The second prince did not intend to be troubled by this for too long. If there was anything he learned from that thrilling night 6 years ago, it would be, "So you came to me?" In the blood court, Poutre, whose afternoon stroll was interrupted, stared at the smiling prince in dissatisfaction as he paced back and forth. "Yes." Thales leisurely imitated Poutre's pace. His right hand tapped his saber rhythmically. "Ralph and Waya follow behind them. And I look forward to your answer that I'm satisfied with." Poutre snorted coldly. "You expect a slow-witted, stubborn, and sarcastic old man who has just arrived in Dragon Cloud City 2 days ago to analyze such a complicated and difficult diplomatic and internal affairs situation?" The Lord flicked his pipe with a nonchalant expression. "Perhaps you should ask Gilbert, and I really can't do anything about it." A slow-witted, stubborn, and sarcastic old man? Thales took a deep breath. "All right." The prince turned around and walked backward in front of Poutre. He raised his hands and faced Poutre. "I will not mention for now how that grumpy old man managed to find the kingdom's secret intelligence department and Nicholas during the most desperate moment 6 years ago. First, he miraculously rescued me from the secret room in Lampard's hands. Then, he decisively supported us in breaking into Heroic Spirit Palace and cleverly sent the prince into the Hall of Heroes. In the end, he miraculously saved Dragon Cloud's city's glory." Wyatt chimed in cooperatively behind him. Even Ralph nodded and hummed. Thales gave him a thumbs up. Poutre flashed an unpleasant smile. "Not for now." Thales ignored Poutre's smile and continued. "I'll just say that on the first day I arrived in Dragon Cloud City, that grumpy old man told me in a baffling manner, vividly, and in great detail, what kind of shocking secret happened in the highly secretive Hall of Heroes during the council hearing in Dragon Cloud City on the day of Dragon Cloud City's affairs, which is difficult to get close to. Do you know how furious Lisbon's expression was when Kent Vita revealed the contents of the hearing?" Poutre raised his eyebrows. "I have more friends, that's all." And most importantly, as Thales retreated, he raised his right index finger and pointed at Poutre. "Amidst the treacherous and complicated situation in Dragon Cloud City, you, who have been missing for 6 years, suddenly appeared." Thales leaned forward and narrowed his eyes. "Are you going to tell me that this is a coincidence? That you're just here to introduce a teacher and give him a pair of glasses?" "Uh-huh." Poutre coughed awkwardly. "Speaking of that pair of spectacles, you know, it was specially made for the Archduchess." Thales furrowed his brows. "Waya, Madeira, guard the perimeter. Let no one hear us," he interrupted, wisely putting an end to Poutre's attempts to change the subject. The slightly puzzled duo received their orders and left. Thales turned around again and looked at Poutre sternly. Poutre looked at the prince, feeling a faint uneasiness in his heart. "You know, I didn't pursue the matter that day." Thales' expression changed slightly. "But Waya reminded me more than once. After I was trapped in Dragon Cloud City, you disappeared without a word. It took you more than 6 years to reappear in front of me." Thales raised his head. "It's not that I don't trust you, but why didn't you do it earlier or later? Why did you do it now, more than 6 years later?" Poutre's expression froze. Waya inherited his father's sensitivity. A few seconds later, Poutre sighed softly and said, "But he didn't learn his father's magnanimity." Thales ignored him and continued to speak. 6 years ago, when I was just recognized as a prince, you had just returned to Eternal Star City when Gilbert asked you to protect me in the north as the vice diplomat. Poutre stopped walking. He lowered his head so that his expression could not be seen clearly. Facts have proven that Gilbert's decision was correct. Not everyone can deal with the White Blade Guards, the Secret Room, Black Sand Region, the kingdom's secret intelligence department, and Count Li Span with limited resources and a keen sense for conspiracies and the atmosphere in an isolated city without any help. In fact, not only can he not be at a disadvantage, he can even do it with ease. Thales also stopped walking. He shook his head. "Although you are very good at hiding yourself, and no one really cares, I know better than anyone else that a powerless prince can never save the world alone. From decisively retreating, preserving his strength, contacting everyone, rescuing the prince, hinting me to counterattack, breaking into heroic spirit palace, playing the game with Black Sand region, and reversing the situation. Thales took a deep breath. 6 years ago, the person who truly saved Dragon Cloud City countless times behind the scenes was actually you, Lord Putrainamain, the former civil official from a foreign affairs division with a suspicious identity, the former viscount who was demoted after the Bloody Year, and the former king's eldest son, Midir Jadestar's attendant. Putre did not speak. Thales lowered his head and remembered what Putre had told him about the Bloody Year in heroic spirit palace. As far as I know, this is not something an ordinary person can do. Thales' expression darkened slightly. Don't you think that there are too many mysteries surrounding you, Putre? In that second, Putre froze for a moment. His expression stiffened. It was as if Thales had seen through him. Be more honest. Thales observed Putre's reaction and sighed. He turned around again and waited for Putre to catch up. Putre, don't learn from the kingdom's secret intelligence department. You know I don't like them. Tell me, what kind of chess game am I in right now? They walked past a big tree. Putre knocked the ashes out of his pipe. His expression was gloomy, and he did not say a word. Thales only stared at him in silence. I understand. Finally, Putre sighed slightly and returned to the tone he used when they first met. What do you want to know about the current situation, my troublesome little prince? Thales frowned slightly and recalled the many doubts in his mind. Connect. After a few seconds, the teenage prince looked around and said cautiously and softly, I want to know how all the major events on the surface are connected through the hidden interests under the surface. I think this is your forte. Putre put his pipe back into his tobacco pouch and was slightly startled. Connect? Thales nodded and imitated Lisbon's action of putting his hands behind his back, but his gaze drifted into the distance. 6 years ago, Miranda Arund told me in the prison cell that everything that happened in Dragon Cloud City seemed to be unrelated, but there was actually an important clue that connected everything. Thales narrowed his eyes. Later, we discovered that the clue behind the scenes was called Dragon's Blood. At that moment, Putre unknowingly slowed down and fell a step behind the prince. Over the past few months, ever since King Chapman issued the new enfeoffment decree, the city of faraway prayers gathered everyone to denounce the king. Lampard was condemned. I was blamed as a hostage. The Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City was forced into a marriage. The Alliance of Freedom was unstable, and Black Sand region came to Dragon Cloud City as ambassadors. Thales was completely unaware of everything around him and continued to ponder. Although everything is very fragmented and some things are not even related, but I feel that the current situation is the same as it was back then. There's also a vague clue that connects everything. I want to seize it instead of passively dealing with the troubles that come knocking on my door. Putre's gaze froze for a moment. Both of them were silent for a few seconds. Finally, Putre let out a long sigh. You know, when we met the day before yesterday, I thought you were more cheerful than before. The thin man shook his head. But now, I realize that the real you is even more anxious, vigilant, and nervous than before. Can you really sleep at night? This time, Thales stopped moving. 6 years ago, I fell once due to carelessness and complacency. The prince's gaze slowly focused. The price was my freedom and an enemy of the king. That feeling, the feeling of helplessness and fear where you can only drift with the wind, not knowing where to go in the next second. Thales stared fixedly at the stone slab under his feet, which had cracked due to age, and said flatly, I don't want to experience it a second time. At that moment, for the first time, Putre felt that the 14-year-old teenager beside him was a prince named Jadestar. The Lord shook his head gently and whispered, You've changed. Thales snapped out of his daze and smiled faintly. Everyone changes, either more or less. Putre stared at him for a long time. Finally, when Thales thought that a few centuries had passed, Putre started walking again. This time, the Lord's expression was no longer languid and sarcastic. It became serious and nervous. For many years, the Alliance of Freedom has been dependent on the city of faraway prayers for survival. Here it comes. Thales quickly caught up with him and pricked up his ears. As the Great Dragon's vassals, they provide Extet with benefits from the Golden Passage. Extet also maintains its control over the Golden Passage and the western side of the peninsula through them, keeping Kammu Union in check from afar. Putre scratched his chin and said seriously, it's just like our relationship with Serad Dukedom. Constellation controls Dragon Kiss Land, which means that they control the southeastern end of the Golden Passage and the coast of the Long Corridor. They even affect Thornlands, I know. Saroma's teachers taught me that Extet and the Alliance of Freedom had a fight 20 years ago. Thales coughed and waved his hand, cutting off the former bard's desire to talk and perform. Let's get straight to the point. Putre glanced at him in dissatisfaction. He seemed to be very displeased with the fact that the little prince who was obsessed with listening to stories had now become a young man who interrupted him. However, he still continued. About what you said about the fight 20 years ago, the governor of the Alliance of Freedom found a new ally. He thought that King Nuven was busy with a dangerous situation at the Glacier defense line and had some disagreements with the city of Faraway Prayers, so he had no time to care about the West. So, for the first time, he had the idea of independence. Thales was slightly startled. A new ally? Putre nodded. White Mountain, he said cautiously. These arrogant white elves rarely interfered in human affairs. They were not very powerful, but they should not be underestimated. They supported the Alliance of Freedom in seeking independence, the Lord said as he walked. Of course, some people suspected that the Camians were also involved. Extet and Vine City, which is located in the south of Kammu Union, were united by marriage. This made several northern Kammu Union states very uneasy. Thales was slightly startled. He thought of Marquis Shiles, who was always smiling. And the result? The result? Putre snorted softly. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. The overconfident governor of the Alliance seized the tribute goods sent to Extet without authorization. He also wrote a tactful but firm letter, requesting that they reevaluate their friendship. Even though the city of Faraway Prayers and Dragon Cloud City were in conflict, as the supreme ruler of the kingdom of the Great Dragon, King Nuven did not gloat over their misfortune, nor did he reply to the letter to wrangle. Putre put on a stern face. He did not hesitate to blow the enlistment order. The army of Dragon Cloud's city traveled a long distance and met up with the soldiers from the city of Faraway Prayers and Defense City. They then marched towards the Alliance of Freedom. Thales quietly listened to the past of the Alliance of Freedom and Extet. He quickly connected the details of the information that were not recorded in class or in history books with the current situation. As a conclusion, more than 20,000 Extension warriors trampled through every gate and barricade in Fort Liberté. Prince Oria's troops even fought their way into White Mountain and threatened the White Elves' Archon Court. They stained the Good Flow River red with the blood of their enemies' skulls. When Putre said this, he felt a little sentimental for some reason, as though he had seen it with his own eyes. It was said that after 2 years, the nobles in Good Flow City did not dare to drink the river water that flowed from the upper reaches of the Alliance of Freedom. The price of the famous freshwater seafood in the Good Flow River Basin also plummeted. That year, King Nuven reaffirmed the kingdom of the Great Dragon's absolute dominance at the end of the Golden Passage. He intimidated the small countries and city-states that had become complacent in the peace. He used blood to tell the Alliance of Freedom that there was no such thing as mutual friendship between the Great Dragon and the ants. Nuven, Thales muttered to himself. He thought of the old king with unparalleled might and his tragic end. It's him again. King Nuven's 30 years of rule that shook the Western Peninsula was not without reason. Putre sighed softly. Not every king lived up to his oath to stand at the forefront of the kingdom. After that, the Rockney family in the city of Faraway Prayers changed their attitude towards Dragon Cloud City. Even the Camians became more well-behaved. Good Flow City even humbled themselves. The Marquis of the city personally came to Northland to apologize with a smile. Thales thought of something. 20 years ago, as the king, the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City sent troops to support the interests of the city of Faraway Prayers in the name of all of Extet. The prince punched his palm. So, when the Alliance of Freedom became unstable again, Lispan said that Rockne had to choose. Thales recalled Regent Lispan's words in the hall. If the City of Faraway Prayers wanted to receive the support of the entire kingdom led by the king, Archduke Rockne would have to choose to compromise with the king and give up on gathering the nobles to denounce King Chapman. The thin lord snorted softly. Indeed, this is a good method. In the name of the king, with the righteousness of Extet, he forced the archdukes to take the initiative to fight for the kingdom to be in the hands of Black Sand region. Poitrain nodded. I can imagine, in the face of King Chapman's helping hand, Rockne. But Thales shook his head firmly. I know Archduke Rockne. He will not choose to compromise. The image of Lampard and Rockne, with ferocious expressions, appeared in Thales' mind. The tense scene of them facing off against each other in the hall appeared in his mind. He would rather practice his beliefs in blood and fire, and fight against the king to the end. Also, Thales thought, the conflict between King Chapman and the archdukes now was far from comparable to the conflict between King Neuven and the archdukes in the past. Poitrain chuckled. That's even more interesting. They walked up the steps leading to the prince's bedroom and watched as a broken tree root extended beneath their feet. If Rockne refuses the king's help, he will have to face the internal strife of the Alliance of Freedom alone. If necessary, he will not hesitate to send troops alone to reaffirm the dignity of the kingdom of the Great Dragon. It is a small matter for the City of Faraway Prayers to watch the Alliance of Freedom go out of control and lose a large amount of income, but Archduke Rockne's prestige will definitely suffer a heavy blow. Regardless of whether the City of Faraway Prayers is humiliated or Extet is humiliated, it will not be a good thing for him. Thales desperately tried to recall the geographical overview of Extet's western side. To deal with the Alliance of Freedom alone, can the City of Faraway Prayers and Rockne do it? This is the time to test the City of Faraway Prayers' strength, as well as Archduke Rockne's control over his vassals. Poitrain seemed to be recalling something. But I think, even if it will not be as smooth as when the three archdukes worked together 20 years ago, it will still be more than enough for the City of Faraway Prayers to deal with the small Alliance of Freedom, which is adjacent to the desert and the Golden Passage. But the problem is, once they put all their energy into the internal strife of the Alliance, Rockne's plan to continue contacting the nobles and denouncing the king will be affected. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. So, Regent Lispan's suspicions are true. The internal strife of the Alliance of Freedom is related to Lampard, and he might even be the one behind it, the prince said faintly. This will allow the City of Faraway Prayers and Archduke Rockne, who are on fire in their backyard, to stop pressing forward and save Black Sand region from being denounced by the entire country. Poitrain raised his eyebrows. Who knows? But Thales stopped again with a puzzled expression. But I still can't figure it out. If this is just a game between the common elected king and Archduke Rockne, why did King Chapman send Kent Vita to Dragon Cloud City? And why did Lispan say that Dragon Cloud City was sent into the eye of the storm? Why Dragon Cloud City? Poitrain also stopped in his tracks. He smiled faintly, and his eyes shone with a strange light. You found a point, young prince. Thales' eyebrows twitched. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.